Stop and think of everybody's phone number that. Okay. You guys ready? You guys ready? Okay. Good evening and welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. We're glad everybody has come to the meeting tonight. I want to remind everybody we have a whole bunch of new residents in Lawrence, Kansas right now, and we're going to have over the next week. Everybody needs to take a little bit of time and respect everybody's ability, driving ability around town. Everybody's trying to find out where they're going and how to get there. So please take your time and welcome our new residents any chance you get the opportunity to see them. So anyway, first item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and all matters that are listed on the consent agenda are to be considered under one motion, will be enacted by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on those items, and if discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda, will be considered separately. So are there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the commission would like to have removed for separate discussion?
Number 8.
8. Okay, any other items that a member of the commission would like to have removed for separate consideration? Okay, is there any items on the consent agenda that a member of the public would like to have removed for separate consideration? Any items that we need to pull? Okay, hearing none, we need to add claims to the consent agenda for 189 vendors, the amount of $5,436,752.19. Payroll-related items in the amount of $2,752,746.47 for a grand total of $8,189,498.66. So with the exception of item 8 and the addition of claims, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to approve the consent agenda with the claims and with the exception of item 8. So that was made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Boley. Any other questions or comments? All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 5-0. The Vice Mayor has requested item number 8, which is to receive a request to annex approximately 55 acres in the southeast corner of the intersection of 31st and Michigan Street and authorize the city manager to give statutory notice to Westar Energy of the city's intent to annex the subject property. Vice Mayor.
Before any annexation, I just want more information about the expected cost and more about the project. I just need more information before passing it along.
You want it before we receive it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Okay. Other questions or comments? Okay. Scott, do we have any additional information right now?
At this moment, we have gathered information, get it to you. It will be part of the report that we send to the planning commission and then back to the city commission for acceptance of the annexation request and rezoning that accompanies this. So it's sort of like typically a practice. Taking this as a package to the planning commission and back to the city commission. This action starts the process just with the initial notice to Westar Energy in this case, giving us the ability to give that notice to them, and then we prepare a full report and send that through the process.
Can help a little.
I completely understood those items. I just want to see a little more before I pass them along.
Okay. Any other questions of Scott or staff? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Okay. So the item that is before us tonight is to receive the request to annex and then authorize the city manager to give and his statutory authority to Westar. Okay. All right. So, but all that information that the vice mayor has brought up, has said, you say that will be part of the information provided to the planning commission. Okay. Okay. Anybody?
This
wanna
just
expand on that?
receives the request, right?
Right.
I mean, we're not really passing anything
Right.
along so much as we're just allowing it to get onto the agenda.
We're passing it along to the planning commission.
And then ultimately back to this body, so. Okay.
It says that it doesn't obligate us to annex the
Right.
property.
Okay. Well, if there's no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion then, I guess one way or another, but to receive the request to annex and to authorize the city manager to give that statutory authority to Westar, the city's intent to annex the subject property, which is 55 acres at the southeast corner of 31st and Michigan.
I would move to receive the annexation request.
Okay.
Second.
Motion made and second to receive the request to annex and give the authorization to the city manager, made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
It passes 4-1. Vice Mayor Soden in the negative. We are on to general public comment, and the public is allowed to speak on any items or issues that are not scheduled on the agenda. After first being recognized by the mayor as a general practice, the commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Rather, they will refer the items to staff for follow-up. Individuals are asked to come to the microphone, sign in, and state their name and address, and speakers should address all comments and questions to the commission. So is there any general public comment this evening?
Hello, I'm Steve Smazniak. Just sign this in here and then I'll be underway. I appreciate your patience.
Okay.
I would like the public to be able to comment on the city manager's report on September 6th, the one that's being addressed later on by Mr. Tom Marcus.
Okay. Something specific on the report?
Well, in regards to the memo between himself and our police chief.
That's tonight.
But it's happening after the public comment, so we won't be able to respond to it.
Okay. Is it something that we need to place on the agenda for discussion? Generally, we don't allow discussion of
Tonight, right.
the city manager's, the city manager's report. Would the commission like to hear public comment or have it placed on an agenda? My recommendation would be if there is some question that Steve has, that maybe be placed as an agenda item so everybody knows and that they can speak to it.
Well, since we haven't been presented it, we wouldn't know what those would be yet.
The
Okay.
chief will be presenting that report, so it would be my recommendation that the public be allowed to address any questions about the report that the public has.
Would we want to do it tonight, or would we want to have it as an advertised item, Tom?
I think you can do it tonight, if you choose
Advertise
to.
it in case other people want
Yeah.
to speak
That's,
about it, though.
yeah.
How about if we do
How
that,
about
Steve?
both opportunities?
Yeah.
Is there a way to be notified to let me know if this does get through, or?
Well, you'll know by the end of the evening if we place it
Excellent.
on as a regular agenda item. How's that?
Thank you very much. I
You bet.
appreciate that.
Sure.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm not opposed to hearing comments tonight, the next meeting, or the following meeting about it. That's fine with me. I mean,
Okay.
it's,
Well, just being fair, and I know that you
I
are.
get it.
I know that you are, especially in making sure that everybody has the opportunity who wishes to speak to items, so, anyway.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you. KT.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is KT Walsh. I live at 732 Rhode Island, and I'm speaking only for myself tonight. Number one, I want to say thank you so much for the intersection at 11th and Rhode Island, which is almost done, and thank you to Chuck Swills. It's a new safe intersection, so when you pull out, you can see where the cars are coming. New drainage, so it doesn't pool up there anymore, so thank you. It looks great. The second thing I want to talk about is the Riverside Skate Park that was torn down this week. And I'm just going to read what I have here. This week, Parks and Rec and the city tore down a small handmade skateboard park in East Lawrence. I know Parks and Rec was acting only with an abundance of caution, and probably because there was a complaint. When I say small skateboard park, I mean small. It was 30 feet by 70 feet on an old concrete slab. It was located just north of the Amtrak station, just in the woods, on a concrete slab. And 3 years ago, volunteer skateboarders dragged water, bags of cement, and a wheelbarrow in, chicken wire and wood, and built 2 small ramps on each end and I'm not a skateboarder, a small rise in the middle, they probably have a term for it, and a bench for resting and watching. It was delightful. Every time you go down there walking your dog near the train station, you could hear all the skateboarders in there and laughing. It was there for 3 years. Parks and Rec said it was unsafe and not built to their safety specs, which is a concern, of course. On the other hand, boys and girls on the east side have enjoyed and maintained it for 3 years as a fun outdoor space close to home. This brings up 3 points, and I'm sorry, but it becomes a little complex. East Side kids cannot always get out to the Centennial Skate Park. That usually requires, or Rock Chalk Park, that requires a bike, a bus ride, or a car ride, not always available. We've asked Parks and Rec for a few amenities for our kids. We need lights on the basketball court at Hobbs Park so kids and adults can play basketball in the evening. All the soccer fields, practice and play are booked up, so the younger teams are practicing over at the East Lawrence Rec Center, just on the grass nearby. And it'd be wonderful to have just 2 temporary soccer goal nets over there for them to use, so the parents don't have to haul them over there. There is talk of going into the river woods and demolishing the 4 concrete slabs that are there. Before we do anything permanent, let's pause. 3 of the slabs are left from the many ice houses that used to ring the south and north banks of the Kaw. Before refrigeration, there was a brisk market in river ice throughout Lawrence. The slab the skateboarders used was probably railroad related. I've been studying old photographs to pinpoint its former use. These 4 slabs provide chigger-free places to sit in the woods. Most important is that this beautiful green wild space on the river is a protected conservation space. East Lawrence and the city made an agreement to leave it wild when the Riverfront Mall went in. This green space was originally meant to be more mall parking. And to protect the bald eagles at the river and the need for river access and green space, a contract was made. It's very firm, but I've talked to attorneys, and I think it could be changed to make this green space more family-friendly. Since then, the eagles have been removed from the endangered species list, and the beautiful woods, the trail, and the river are heavily used by people who fish, walk their dogs, hike, are homeless. Raccoons and possums are down there all the time. I go down there to fish, to let my dog swim, or just to hang out at the river almost every day. There have been plays, concerts, and readings in these woods on those concrete slabs because it is pretty and shaded and a place apart from the commercialism of town. It's time for us, I think, to begin the conversation about changing the terms of the easement and allowing light use of this space to allow this Riverside neighborhood better access to the river, like Pinckney now has the wonderful trail. Mike Logan, who a lot of you know, who runs Abe and Jake's in the Granada, and Sarah Hill Nelson at the Bowersock Dam, are both talking with the Corps of Engineers and have been for a while about their rapidly eroding south bank of the river. Mike would like to have his guests down on the river for eating and talking, but it's falling away. For years, the Hill family allowed families to fish on the little bridge back there. It was wonderful, but now it is fenced off for safety because of the erosion. I'm almost done. When the Amtrak depot was restored, a large drainage pipe was dug under the tracks, draining into the woods. This has ruined the only easy path down to the river. It's created a large, impassable ditch from erosion. A kindly neighbor, who wishes not to be named, built a simple walk bridge over the ditch so everyone could continue to use the trails. But after the last high water, it's falling down. It's about to fall down. In other words, I think it's time that we all get together, Friends of the Kaw, Parks and Rec, Corps of Engineers, the railroad, all of us who love the river and the woods, and talk about getting this Riverside neighborhood and the whole community back to the river. Thank you.
Sounds reasonable. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, Nicholas Ward, 1411 Haskell Avenue. I'm going to speak on the same topic as KT Walsh did. I've been aware of the Riverside, they call it a DIY skate park, a do-it-yourself skate park, and these have become really prominent in communities all over the place. There's a really famed one right now existent on Harrison Street in Kansas City, Missouri, and that began in a similar way. There was an area that had gone unattended or left alone for a long time. It was a cul-de-sac on Harrison Street in Kansas City, and skateboarders went in and started cleaning up trash, removing fallen trees and things like this, and eventually built a ramp. It was a cement cul-de-sac. When the city found out about this, there was some interest in having them not be there anymore, but the neighborhood came and stepped up, and there was a discussion about, was this space better the way that it functioned before with the trash there and things like that, or is it functioning better now where neighborhood kids come and older skateboarders come together and work to build this space and utilize it as a skate park? And for them, the answer was that it's functioning better as this kind of DIY skate park. It's a different situation in every community because it's really specific to where something is located and who the people are that are working on it and how that functions. The space over in the skate park that was dubbed Riverside started out just as someone bringing out a couple obstacles to the space to skateboard on, and then once that was successful, people started discussing about building ramps, and then that happened. It was an unsanctioned build that happened in this space, and I think that everyone who was working on it probably understood that at some point it was possible that this would be taken apart. That seems logical. But it existed for 3 years, and as it went on, more and more people started coming to utilize it. It was a place where all the way from people in their 40s to kids that were 10 or 11 were working together to construct these ramps. They were learning how to utilize cement, so there was a certain amount of skill building. There was a sense of stewardship. People would bring down with them every time they skateboarded a broom and sometimes a pair of gardening shears to trim the path, and the actual slab where the skate park is would have to be swept every day because of debris falling from the trees and things like that. And so it was very well cared for and maintained by the kids and the folks that were using the space. Since that has happened, there's been a news story that went out on Channel 6 that just kind of portrayed the narrative of what happened with the skate park and the demolition. I thought that was overall a fairly positive story. I've also reached out as a part of the Lawrence Skaters Alliance Association to talk to, I think it's Mark and Ernie at the Lawrence Parks and Rec Department, and we're having a meeting on Friday to see if not that space, which was called Riverside, if that doesn't work, then maybe there's another slab somewhere in the city that a DIY space could be erected. It would be something of no or little cost to the city, and it would be another space that would function the same way, where people could come together and have that sense of ownership and stewardship and belonging. Riverside itself was really nice because of the coverage. On some of these days in the summer where it's 100, 105 degrees out, it was really nice to be in a shaded, tree-covered area. So I'll have another report for you coming up soon, but meeting with the Parks Department this Friday to see if the discussion can go any further. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. Okay. Other general public comment?
Hello, I'm Megan Jones, and I'm at 1012 Emery Road. I came to the last City Commission meeting and spoke at the public hearing about guns being allowed in the public library next year. And I've done some research and looking and talked to the League of Municipalities, and there is still uncertainty as to whether the date will be January 1st of 2018 or July 1st of 2017, but frankly that really doesn't matter. And I didn't express what needed to be said the last meeting because I was thrown off by the date. The library is our last actually public, actually free institution that we have. You can go there, you don't need any money. It's a safe place for our city's homeless, for children, and next year there will be unrestricted and unregulated firearms in that building. I understand that this is state law and that this was handed down by the state government, but this is our city, and I think that it should be included in the budget to put the security measures for at least the public library. I know that comments on the budget are over, but just like to reassert the importance that we keep this institution available and open to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm David Cooper at 300 California, and I was coming to kind of reiterate a similar point. I think that, the public libraries are a unique service that provides that gives a space for people that, are looking for jobs and can't go and find, employment opportunities, or they need to find the internet. And, I'm worried about with the open carry, or the concealed carry rather, laws coming into effect, that it might scare certain people away from spaces like that. And the Lawrence Public Library provides a kind of space that is unique. And there's also, the concern of the recreational and leisure activities that go there, and obviously children and families use that space. And so I just wanted to reiterate the fact that I think that Lawrence Public Libraries need to be recognized as kind of unique in that way, and I'm concerned about the negative impacts that the concealed carry laws will have on the usage of those spaces and the kind of safety that people will feel going there. And I guess, I'm hoping that Lawrence, the city of Lawrence and its representatives can do something to try and respond to those concerns. And I guess I just wanted to voice that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comment? Any other general public comment? Okay. Thank you all for your comments this evening. We are on to the regular agenda. I would ask if you happen to bring your cell phone this evening, you can silence it so that we don't give everybody the opportunity to be able to speak freely at the microphone, so I appreciate that. First item on the agenda is to consider approving a request to rezone approximately 13.268 acres from RMD 12, which is multi-dwelling residential district, to RS5 dwelling residential district, located at 751 West 29th Terrace. And this item, the item before us, is to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9280, allowing for that rezoning. Sandra.
Thank you, Commissioners. Sandy Day with the Planning Office. This item and actually item number 2 are related to items that the Planning Commission considered at their meeting just last month. That included a zoning for property to go to RS5, which is a single-family detached dwelling district. There is a piece of zoning that also includes floodplain overlay, and the Planning Commission also considered a preliminary plat. The preliminary plat is considered at the Planning Commission level and does not come to this body, but the 2 zoning applications do. The RS5 district is a zoning district that we are starting to see expand in other parts of the community. It was originally approved and used in the core neighborhoods of the community after the adoption of the code in 2006. We've started to see it both on the east and west sides of the community and now proposed on the south side. This property was annexed into the city in 2013. Any property annexed after March of 2013 includes the floodplain that is covered in the floodplain maps that we see, as well as 2 feet of freeboard. And that's a requirement in the city's code today. The property was rezoned at that time to RM12D, which allows for duplex development. And then also that floodplain piece affected some small properties of the subject property. There was also a density cap at that time that was created for that zoning, and not to exceed more than 8 dwelling units per acre. The property is located at the south end of the Indian Hills neighborhood. That area is included in city's comprehensive plan and the revised southern development plan. The property was identified as appropriate for medium-density residential development. The existing development pattern is very heavily residential north of this property, with a varying degree of development intensity or density. It's much more compact further to the south, and as you move north in the neighborhood, the density lightens up. The property is also surrounded by the Naismith Park, or the Naismith Valley Park. That park was extended as part of the related development request that included pump station number 10. Property was dedicated to the city and the park was extended at that time. Oops. This is an image of that preliminary plat that was included in that action, just so that you can see how this area is working. There are 66 lots. That is consistent with the overall density that was capped for the project. The property also includes floodplain, existing floodplain that surrounds that property to the south and to the east and west, and that was the area that was predominantly extended as the park. There are 3 pieces of ground included in this development project that have that floodplain overlay district, so that's item number 2 on your agenda, and there are 3 separate ordinances that go with each of those pieces. The piece in the north, there's a small piece here in the middle, and another piece on the southern part of that. Just for reference, that plat includes not only the 66 lots, but some public open space within that and a future connection to the recreation path that is part of the Naismith project. This red line highlights where the existing floodplain is, and then these highlighted pieces represent that additional 2-foot freeboard that is required by the zoning. So that's the piece that has the floodplain overlay to it. It was approved that way when it came in 2013, the RM12D. So this application, when they proposed to rezone that property from the RM12, from the duplex use down to the single family, the floodplain piece really doesn't change.
So Alabama Street, people can still access if, say, for instance, that street on the right-hand side were flooded, you can still get in through Alabama?
Yes. And our city stormwater engineer is here as well this evening if you have questions about floodplain. Development studies are required with this application. We've been trying to cover those a little bit more with the Planning Commission. There's a traffic study as well as the downstream sanitary sewer analysis and a drainage study that went with the assessment of the preliminary plat. All of these studies were reviewed by staff. They are studies that have certain specific criteria set to them. And all of these studies have met city's design criteria. Some of the questions about flooding that came up by the Planning Commission and that we anticipated being discussed, there are a number of conditions that have changed in that area that have really improved flooding, and this is where Matt may or may not want to jump in, but the addition of pump station number 10, there was a large pipe that was coming across this property that has since been removed. That was an obstruction. The South Lawrence Traffic Project certainly anticipated future development and accommodates that in its floodplain areas that surround not only this area but the traffic way. This was an exhibit we showed the Planning Commission, just showing where that existing bridge was initially, how some of that structure looked like prior to development, and how it looks today. And this image was intended to show that there's much more area for the channel through the recent development projects that have been related to the South Lawrence Traffic Way that really significantly improve flooding in this area.
Was that the channel, if you can go back one slide, the channel on the right where you guys modified it, was the capacity designed into the channel width, Matt, to handle like a 100-year or a 500-year flood, or?
Well, when KDOT redesigned the project and they put in Louisiana Street Bridge, and then they relocated 31st Street and put it across this bridge. It was an old triple cell box that used to run from the northwest corner of the intersection to the southeast corner. And that box was designed on a 25-year design frequency, whereas all 4 of the bridges that are now in place are designed on the 100-year frequency. Okay. So in fact, I got some figures later if you want to see them, that the waterway opening was more than tripled with the inclusion of the bridges instead of the old bridge box.
So it's designed to the 100-year?
Yes.
Okay.
On one of the past slides, I wasn't sure it went by fast enough. Are they expected to have basements?
They could have basements on those lots. The development representative is here as well. There's a requirement that if you are adjacent to a drainage easement or floodplain, that the lots have minimum elevation of building openings. And so that would be something we would be looking at through the building permit process as well. So it doesn't prevent them from having basements, but if you have a basement, maybe that'll walk out or daylight, they would have some requirements to meet for some of those lots.
I know that between RM12D and RS5, there is some kind of change in the building coverage of the lot that's allowed. Is it allowed to be more intense with RS5 or with RM12D, which would be more intense? And that includes any back patios or driveways.
We'd have to look at the code. Typically, if you have a duplex lot, though, it's a much bigger lot. They're probably relatively comparable, but I would have to look at the code to find that. I'm sure Scott's looking now.
Yeah, because I'm concerned about runoff as well. You know, if we're, obviously in North Lawrence, we've been talking about RS5 and how you can pretty much cover the entire lot. So I'm a little concerned about that here to me, you know, I'm no scientist, of course, Lisa is, but it looks like the watershed for this floodplain. So is there any mitigation for runoff at all, or?
No, you're allowed by stormwater management criteria to run directly into the adjacent 100-year floodplain, which is immediately south of this. As far as impervious surface coverage goes, this is probably going to be less intense than if you had an apartment complex here, because you'd have a larger parking lot, some amount of green space, but at least you're going to have a lot. I think you're going to have more green space with this option as what was previously approved.
So the RS5 will have less than the RM12D?
I can't speak to the code to see, but my guess is that's what's going to end up happening with this arrangement, yes. And Scott
Almost
feverishly is
there.
looking for it.
I'll let anyone else ask questions while we look.
Something else I'll point out too, with the original design, when they did the box culvert that was there that they've previously replaced, when KDOT redid the H&H for all this, and they ran it to size the bridges, they actually took into a watershed 300 and some acres greater than what was originally designed for in the previous box. So even with additional impervious surface in this, that they've got that taken care of in this. Another thing to keep in mind too is down here, we used to have that, Sandy alluded to it before, there was a sanitary sewer pipe that went across there. It was about 3.5 feet off the channel. That caused a lot of backwater. That's no longer there either. So I guess what I'm trying to tell you is if it rains up on campus, it's going to get out to the Wakarusa a lot faster than it did in its previous configuration.
Is the proposed area, is that a fill area, or is that the original topographic?
No, there was fill.
There is fill
There is
there?
fill.
Yeah, it's been filled in over time.
Mayor, the standards are the same for RM12D and RS5, it's 75% impervious coverage on a lot.
And that includes the driveway.
That includes
Any
all
patios?
impervious coverage, right?
Have you done any calculations to determine, you know, how much runoff you would anticipate over inch of rain or several inches per
No,
inch?
but that'd be easy. I'd come up with that.
Is that something we should be concerned about?
No, I'm not worried about it. Not specifically with what they've done with the SLT and all of the improvements downstream and a wider channel. I'm
Okay.
not worried about that.
This allows any amount of runoff to get into the receiving stream as fast as it can and get out of
Yes.
there? Is that how it works?
Yeah. Before the holdup was, quite honestly, was the sanitary sewer main that we had running across Naismith Creek was the first holdup, and then when it got to the box. So the old box bridge is no longer there, so the waterway opening is a lot bigger than what it previously was.
Was that pipe, Matt, that you were talking about,
Yes.
water used to spew
yes,
out of?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was trying not to mention it in that means, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah, the waterway opening for the previous triple cell box was 286 square feet, and the Louisiana bridge is 769.
Wow.
So the design high water, and this I was glad to see this, design high water on the previous RCB was 823.1, and the Louisiana Street Bridge is 822.95. And in hydraulics and hydrology, anybody that tells you that's an exact science is fooling you. So in other words, that 0.15 difference that I'm seeing there, the models they ran are extremely close in how they size the existing, or the bridges you see today versus the one that they replaced.
you know what the elevation difference is between the proposed development area and the low point? I think I read somewhere, the 811, wasn't there a low point of 811?
Did you have a safe side on that, Sandy? I could tell quick if we had it up on the
You
contours.
want me to?
Because the one under your flood elevation is 822, is that right?
Yeah, I can't remember what BFE is off the top of my head.
What are we gonna do?
I can answer that question.
Come to the microphone, please.
In a bit.
Yeah.
Come on up then, Brian. I can find it for you, but if Brian knows it off the top of his head, I'll let him have it.
Here.
Doesn't like your flash drive.
Might not. But if we pull up the city's,
That's right. The GIS is coming up. I can tell you that that elevation's higher than what the, since we've got the floodplain overlay district for those three, that small triangular area and those other ones, it's at least 2 feet higher than that.
And those little
The
areas?
little floodplain overlay district, what they were showing with those three locations, the little triangle piece in the middle of the subdivision, and then the one off to the northeast, and then the one immediately to the east.
I have a question of Scott while you're pulling that in. Menards has those outlots that they're potentially going to develop in the future. Are they on the south of their building or on the east side of their building?
They are on the south there, Matt's pointing to those outlots, and then to the east is a commercially zoned property as well.
Will that drain into the same channel?
Yes.
And then I'm concerned too, because I'm remembering just this past spring, I was talking to Chuck about how there's that path that goes under the SLT, and that was flooded, and people couldn't get to the recreation trail that was across there. And you were talking about that was actually water being released from the dam. So, and that backed up into that channel that we're looking at now. So I'm concerned if we have, that developed, and then Menards on the east side developed, and then we have, a significant rain event like we had over the spring, that it's just going to back right up into those people's basements.
No, it's not going to get that high. What you're talking about is the concern for the low water crossing that's across the rec trail down here. I'll get this to pop up. You're talking about this location right here?
Right, that was flooded this spring.
Correct. And that crossing over the top of that was designed to be a low water crossing.
Right.
So water's just supposed to flow over the top of it, but the design event on that was less than a 2-year.
Right.
So the caveat is this: we have a trail that we're going to be able to use probably 340 days out of the year, and there'll be 25 days where there's going to be water over the top of it, and you're not going to be able to use it.
Well, what I was getting at is that water was backed up to that channel that we're talking about now.
Well, part of that too was because of the Army Corps of Engineers was, let me zoom out a little farther, try not to make everybody sick while I do that. So if you follow that drainage channel that goes down the east side of Naismith, there's a flap gate at the end of this channel. If our 2006 aerials, I might be able to see it even more clear as I zoom in on it. So there's a flap gate on the end of this tube that runs underneath there. So the idea is when they're releasing water on the Wakarusa, it gets up high enough, it'll shut that flap gate shut, and then all the water we've got in the watershed will build up until it's got enough head pressure to push that gate back open.
Interesting. Okay.
So that's one of the reasons you're seeing water over the low water crossing for the rec trail. Now, we could have made
We'll
that
have to go
higher.
and take a tour of all of that one day, so I fully understand all of that.
And Matt, you might explain kind of the bigger picture with the drainage that Menards is carrying and kind of the overall what's happening from a
Yeah.
stormwater
Okay,
perspective
well,
in
that's a
the
good point,
region.
Scott. Let me zoom back.
I just want to see you zoom in and out of the map more.
I want to see if I could make you physically ill. Is that it? Okay, hold on.
I got ginger ale.
Okay, one thing to keep in mind, before Menards went in, the large regional detention pond that they ended up constructing back here is actually intercepting all of the water from farther up north. And this watershed runs all the way up the east side of Iowa, all the way up almost to the old, well, it runs up to the old, I was going to say First Cafeteria, but it's now CVS. So I'm dating myself a little bit. But that watershed is this entire area and this region right here, okay? So that was actually running through here prior to the construction of Menards. So when we had a rain event in this watershed, we had to deal with all the water that was coming down essentially east of Iowa, plus what everything was coming down Naismith. Okay, so now if we have a rain event, that water's held up by the detention pond that's immediately behind Home Depot and to the west of Menards, and that allows all the water in Naismith Creek to get on down, and then this is metered out because there's an outfall structure right here in the northeast corner where the hand on the cursor is, and it runs the full length and daylight's about right here. So it meters that out over time. So a quick hydrology lesson is it knocks the peak off of the hydrograph. So in other words, imagine a bell curve that's real high, okay? So that would show you all the water at the very top of the curve coming out. Once you put in a detention basin, it cuts that to about a third, but it extends the duration that the water runs out of the pond over a longer length of time.
Right.
So instead of, I'm just picking a number out, so instead of having 70 CFS at a location farther downstream, maybe you're only getting 20 CFS. But instead of seeing it in like 15 minutes, you're seeing it over an entire hour, 2 hours. So that in and of itself with the Menards Pond helps with the drainage through here. And then when you couple that with all of the hydraulic improvements that were happening or that took place with the SLT, that's dramatically improved the hydraulic characteristics in this area. Even when you develop the south lots on Menards, and then when that other piece to the northeast of Michigan and 31st Street, when that develops too, it'll still handle all that.
I'm glad to see that retention pond. I didn't know that was back there. That's
Yeah.
nice.
In fact, when I was a kid, I lived in J17, which would probably be about 10 feet underwater right there. So I'm inherently, I'm very familiar with this area, in other words, let's put it that way.
Any other questions, Matt?
Thank you
Okay,
for all the
thank you.
answers.
And just to sum up, on the item number 2, you have 3 separate ordinances so that there's an ordinance that goes with each one of those floodplain overlay areas. So, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Okay. Questions? Okay. I do want to announce that the second part of this is to consider approving a request to rezone approximately 1.262 acres from RM12D FP, which is multi-dwelling residential floodplain overlay district, to RS5 FP, which is single dwelling residential floodplain overlay located at 751 West 29th Terrace, and to consider adopting ordinance number 9281, 9283, 9284, rezoning approximately the 1.262 acres. And Randy, I'm sure you're here for ex parte communications.
We just talked about it yesterday briefly, but I haven't had anything outside of that.
Lisa, you
I have not had any conversations with anybody.
I haven't had any either, other than the ones that we had with staff in our agenda meeting yesterday. Stuart?
I had no comment from the public on it.
Okay. So, at this time, public comment on this item. Oh, the applicant's here. I'm sorry. Come on down.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brian Sturm, and I'm a landscape architect at Land Plan and Engineering, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Savannah Holdings, the property owner of record, as well as 78LC, which is the development group that is under contract to purchase this ground and develop it in accordance with that preliminary plat. I want to first state my utmost appreciation for all the work that city staff has done on this project with me at Land Plan, as well as the development partners. They've been a great resource, and they showed that tonight in a lot of the answers they've had to your questions. I have a little bit more information that I'd like to pass on. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have or the information might provoke. And I'll stick with just this slide. You know, in general, Land Plan started working with the Snodgrass family. That's who Savannah Holdings is. Years ago, but around 3 years ago, they really began to see sort of the handwriting on the wall. Bruce and Joan Snodgrass lived for decades in a home that's roughly where this cursor is hovering. The city was interested in buying property from them for pump station number 10. Menards was interested in buying property for them, from them to develop what they've developed. And they came to a decision at that time to sort of master plan what they had left here at the corner of Louisiana and 31st. They were able to come to an agreement with the city, with Menards. They donated about 19 acres of property, which is really what's highlighted here in green. It's this portion of Naismith Valley Park. They donated that to the city for floodplain preservation and expansion of that corridor, that park corridor. And they retained this 14 and a half acres that's left up here, the area that's out of floodplain and that's adjacent to Indian Hills neighborhood, with the assumption that it could be developed for residential development. They zoned it at that time, the city approved it RM12D. That was in accordance with the comprehensive plan. They never intended on developing themselves, but they thought it would put them in a position to be able to market it. And so that's where things kind of stopped about 2.5, 3 years ago. Today, the group 78LC is interested in purchasing this land and developing it into residential, into really an extension of the Indian Hills neighborhood. But they're not interested in the RM12D zoning. That's a zoning classification that's typically reserved for duplexes. They don't want to build duplexes. They want to build single family here. 78LC is a partnership basically of Jerry Willis and Mike McGrew. Those gentlemen are lifelong Laurentians. They actually both grew up in the Indian Hills neighborhood. They went to South Middle, they went to Lawrence High, and they have been interested in a couple of years in trying to do something here. They understand the Lawrence housing market, and they understand this neighborhood, and they know that duplexes aren't something that make the most sense here. They want to do something that really complements the whole of the neighborhood that still is compliant with Horizon 2020, which calls for medium density residential here, but that'll complement Indian Hills and bring in new young families, folks that will send their children over to South and Broken Arrow, that will utilize these park resources and blend into what's a really well-established neighborhood for Lawrence. I personally believe that this subdivision should be a case study for responsible and code-compliant floodplain development in the city of Lawrence. There was special care taken 3 years ago to exclude all of the floodplain encumbered ground, package that up, donate it, make it part of the Naismith Valley Corridor Park, which it essentially already was, and reserve for residential development that which could be responsibly developed. There are, up for your consideration tonight, they're already zoned floodplain overlay. They were done so 3 years ago, but 3 pockets of land that are still within 2 vertical feet of the floodplain, and so they're accordingly zoned with that overlay district. And that'll That'll bring those properties back to City Hall several times. When we're talking about it now for zoning, but there's going to be a floodplain development permit issued when roads and utility infrastructure is installed there. Builders who build homes on the lots impacted by those floodplain overlay zoning districts, and I think there's 7 or 8 lots in the preliminary plat that will carry some form of that designation. Those builders will come back and submit a floodplain development permit. Those homes will have to be a minimum of 2 feet above floodplain. The doors or windows for any part of that home will have to be in that realm. Those lots will be restricted to less than the 75% allowable impervious coverage. They'll actually be restricted to something I think around 60%. And so there'll be extra, care taken and oversight taken as those specific properties develop it. The runoff for this development is being sent directly to the floodplain. In accordance with the city stormwater management regulations, the floodplain is an area to store flood water and to convey it to the floodway and to convey it to our rivers and streams. Matt Bond illustrated this really well. I mean, you can say what you will about the SLT or big box development, but the bridges that have been installed by KDOT and their contractors, and what I like to think of as Lake Menards that was installed with that development 2-3 years ago, have done a lot to reduce the backups that folks in this neighborhood obviously remember and should. I think Naismith Creek and Bellhaven Tributary are much less likely today to incur the backups that people saw in the early 90s. I'm happy to take any questions you all have right now. That's all I have for this evening.
Questions?
Will there be a requirement for sump pumps, or is that just an option?
Right. So the note on the plat, the line in our floodplain management regulations encourages sump pumps if a basement is built. But I'm glad Commissioner Larson bring that up. The developers have no intention of building basements in these homes. I mean, they've shared with me 7 or 8, 9 or 10 floor plans. They're all slab construction that they're thinking about in this area for obvious reasons.
Are they targeting a price range on this? Affordable?
Yep. They've discussed homes in this development starting in the mid to high 170s. These will be homes that vary between 2-story, single-story, have square footages in the ballpark of 1,500 to 1,800 square feet.
Can we look at the slide that showed the plat layout with the flood plain area, those 3 little
Yeah, sure.
Triangle.
triangles? Yeah, triangles.
Right here.
I couldn't remember the word.
Yeah. Well, this has it. Is this the slide you're thinking of, Commissioner Larson? There's maybe...
Yeah, the overlay right there, that
Yeah.
one there. So those, I guess there's 2 areas where there's some lots. Is there some lots up there in that other one?
Yeah, there are 2 up here.
Okay.
There are 3 lots here that would have this floodplain overlay district. And then there are 2 more down here. And understand these shapes are really, they're a function of topography. These are the areas that based on the existing topography out there, are still within 2 feet of the adjacent base flood elevation. In other words, the elevation of that water above sea level when it's at a 100-year event.
So that's the 822, right? That's the elevation.
There is, the channel here is kind of dynamic. The BFE changes as you go upstream along Naismith as well as upstream along Bellhaven. Yeah, that's, yeah, right. So that's the 825 BFE right there. It
Then it goes up 827.
transitions as it goes down here. This is 826 and it gets as high as 828 along the Bellhaven tributary up here.
So those areas are 2 feet from that
They're,
Above the BFE,
yeah,
yes.
they're within 1 to 2 feet of
Of
that.
that.
So they will have to, there will be earthwork done in these areas to bring at least the pad of that home to a point that's a full 2 feet above.
Have you thought about just restricting development on those lots and just not having development on those lots, just to preserve that part of the floodplain?
The intent, from kind of the get-go of the Snodgrasses was to remove, the areas that were true floodplain out of any residential zoning district. But the city's got, it's a whole chapter in the zoning ordinance, chapter
Yep.
12, that provides for floodplain management, and these lots will be suitable as long as we follow those
Okay.
dictums.
What else? Get all?
Right now, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment on these items? Any public comment on these? Okay,
Wow.
back to the commission. Well, I'd say that there's been a lot of work that's been done in trying to take care of the floodplain issues, not only in light of this development, but just the entire area there with the Menards Lake, and then all the work that's been done, at that intersection of 31st and Louisiana area, just to take care of it, to accommodate the traffic way, but any development was going to happen. Scott, refresh my memory again. At the time of the Menards development, was this the part was just peeled off and established as an extra developable area or something that just happened because of that?
As Brian kind of described, it was about the same time. There were some separate applications going forward, and Snodgrasses had the property for the Menards property and some of this property, and there were a lot of moving parts to it, but we had worked through the process with the neighborhood at the time to designate it for RM12D with quite a few caveats about structure type and density. This actually can be viewed as sort of a downzoning from what the neighborhood wanted. The neighborhood didn't want anything past a triplex, as I recall, and eight dwelling units per acre. And so the market right now is strong in single-family development. I think that's why we're seeing the RS5 zoning.
Okay.
Yeah, but it had always been developable. It was in the county for a while. This is a recent annexation into the city about the same time that Menards happened, and when the city was doing its utility pump station and all the utility work on the line there as well. All these transactions were happening at once.
And we're comfortable with the amount of traffic that will head back to the north, either on the part that goes on the east
Yes,
side
sir.
of the development, also straight up Alabama.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have a question for Scott. So we're looking at putting it to RS5-FP. Does the -FP provide further building coverage
No.
restrictions, or what is that?
The FP is the floodplain overlay,
Right.
and that 2-foot kind of freeboard over the BFE is a function really of when the annexation occurred. Our codes say that because developments have impact on a floodplain, that whenever property is annexed into the city, not only will we apply floodplain regulations to the floodplain areas mapped by FEMA, but we will sort of artificially overlay an additional 2 feet of elevation on top of that for the protection of the new development. And so, as Brian noted, what that does is it requires that it's not that you can't develop in that area, it means that we will apply our regulations to lots that have that overlay on it, so that the homes will get further scrutiny. They will have to be raised higher than the homes not in the floodplain area, and so it's a floodplain overlay district.
So is the 2 feet the only difference between just a regular RS5?
So the coverage is that within the floodplain area itself, so within those red-orange areas, you can't cover more than 60% of those floodplain areas. So
Just
when
the red triangles.
Just the red triangle. So the overall lot has 75% coverage and no more than 60% within those floodplain areas. So 40% of the floodplain has to be maintained as pervious.
So the 2 feet is the only real difference then, outside of the red triangles.
Well, you'll have, so the lots to the north, for example, does change because those are pretty much 100% covered with floodplain. They will have 60% coverage versus the 75% coverage.
So all of these will have 60%, is what you're saying?
Just the ones with the red shown.
Just the red ones?
Yeah, all the others have the 75% impervious coverage.
Okay. So just to clarify, so the 2 feet really is the only difference outside of the pink shaded areas? The white, the rest of the area?
The 2 feet is the standard we use to determine where we shade the red areas with floodplain
So the
overlay.
2 feet only applies to the pink areas?
Yeah.
Okay, so, but the rest of the white area is still RS5-FP?
No, that's
There
why
we
we
go.
have.
That's the question
That's
that
why
I
we
was
have 3
getting at.
ordinances, because they
Okay.
each had, well, 4 ordinances, but the 3 ordinances related to the floodplain cover those unique legal descriptions.
So the rest of the white stuff is just RS5?
RS5, yes.
Got it. That's the question I should have
Sorry,
started
I did
with.
not.
I had a question about the runoff from the street. How is that captured?
Mr. Bond? And by the way, the dissenting vote on the planning commission had everything to do with this discussion of floodplain stormwater management. And I feel like I did a disservice to the planning commission. We did not ask Mr. Bond to attend that meeting, which would have been really valuable in hindsight of this meeting. So anyway, Matt.
In Scott's defense, he asked me today, but I had something going on that night, or I would have been there, so. There are 2 curb inlets, now this is preliminary, so they've got 2 curb inlets, they've got a sump condition here on 30th Street, and then it runs down this property line, and then down another property line, these would be in drainage easements, and then it daylights here. There's another one on the cul-de-sac where it daylights there. And am I missing one, Brian?
There's 5.
I was thinking.
5 points where we outlet stormwater.
Yeah, then there's a curb inlet there and one here. Sorry, my eyes are going on this white screen. So it's all the street drainage is going straight into
So there's
Naismith
no
Creek.
buffer though?
No, there's not.
No buffer, no,
No.
it's straight, so.
It's all straight runoff. It's not any different than anything else we've got in town, though.
I know. But the environmental impact was, there's just no buffer to capture any potential pollution on and off that.
True, but one thing I should point out, okay, so we've got these as floodplain overlay district, and that's simply because they're topographic. And as Brian pointed out, they're anywhere from, what'd you say, a foot to somewhere in between the 1 to 2 foot. So, I mean, you essentially could, especially for this one here, you could probably fill that in so it's level with the 2 adjacent lots. It's going to be like deck chairs off the Titanic as far as it relates to the flow in Naismith Creek. Because it's all ineffective flow, it's not going to hurt, it's not going to change anything. And I could cut 15 cross sections in that 10 in a hydraulic model and probably not even see a rise at all in the water surface elevation.
You know, I think we have a pretty good code established for dealing with areas that have some challenging topography. And one thing to keep in mind is as you know, JW and Mike have looked at developing this property, one of the things they've taken into consideration is the current housing market in Lawrence. You know, what's actually going to succeed instead of sit empty. And you know, so I'd encourage you to also think about some of the economic impact. Housing starts can be a bit of a driver for the community. We talk about some of the economic impact of job creation by doing these housing starts. I think there's a lot of benefits here. And as Scott does a nice job of illustrating, that our code does an effective job of making sure impervious surface is taken into account in these areas. And yeah, I'd be an advocate for it.
Now, we're just voting on tonight is just the zoning change, is that correct? Not anything to
correct.
do with this plat or the layout or anything like that, is that correct? Okay,
That's still yet to come.
I know.
I will come back for dedication of easements and rights of way.
Well, I do like the fact that we downzone. I always like that option. I am concerned about some environmental issues with the development of South, but that's not part of what we're dealing with tonight. So I would support it for that reason. Just I do like the downzoning. I am very concerned about the floodplain. I'd prefer not to see development in those areas, but again, that's not tonight's issue, right? Okay.
Well, I echo Lisa's statements, definitely. Yeah, the RM12D down to RS5, I just wanted to make sure about the impervious coverage, which didn't really seem to apply because they're the same. So I don't know if I would say I'm comfortable with it, but yeah, we'll have to look at the site plans and stuff as they come through. And I think that I've spoke my concerns. I mean, I don't really know what else to say about that. So I'm all right with rezoning it as well. But Mother Nature always finds a way.
Stuart, you got anything?
Yeah, I applaud the change from the RM12 to the RS5. I think that'll fit really well with that neighborhood, and look forward to it.
Scott, thank you to all your staff and everyone involved. Matt, thank you. Thanks for the development group and recognizing a need of a specific type of housing and the work that's gone in there. So I think the RS5 makes sense because it is a natural progression of the neighborhood that is to the north. And so I just think probably makes sense to handle the zoning. So if there's nothing else, then the item before us is to approve rezoning approximately 13.26 acres for RM12D to RS5 and to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9280. So I can entertain a motion to adopt on first reading ordinance number 9280, and then we'll do the other three in just a minute, okay?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval on first reading ordinance number 9280 made Matt. Excuse me. Second by Commissioner Bowley. Sorry, guys, I'm going frog then. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? His name's Commissioner Herbert. The next one is to approve the rezoning. Was there any other questions on these items? Okay. Entertain a motion to approve the rezoning approximately 1.262 acres from RM12D FP to RS5 FP, and to consider adopting on first reading ordinance number 9281, 9283, and 9284. Entertain a motion to adopt those three ordinances on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second for approval of 9281, 9283, 9284, made by Commissioner Larson, second by Commissioner Herbert. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Next item is to receive the report on financial indicators from the city auditor. Michael?
Good evening. Mike Iglinski, City Auditor. Let me find the presentation here. I'll present this report tonight by sort of going over a few of the high points, trying not the entire report. The objectives of this report are really to give a kind of high-level overview of city finances based on information from the audited financials from 2015. The idea is to put this into context. And to do that, I look at 10 years of data, and I look at some comparison with benchmarks. Benchmarks are almost all based on medians of a group of college towns that I also looked at. One of the objectives, I always put a bullet point here, is to encourage discussion. It always raises questions that are new and different. So I anticipate some questions will come up that are new and different. So the biggest kind of change in the financial statements this year is that the Government Accounting Standards Board changed the rules for how we have to report pensions. The result is that a pension liability that is through the CAPER system has to be reported on our financials. For Lawrence, it was a total of almost 59 million in 2015. So that's a big number, and it's a kind of a long-term obligation. That will show up throughout the ratios. When they changed the accounting rules, there were really a couple of different intents. Mainly, they're trying to provide more information and more transparency. This last bullet point here is to provide data that is consistent and comparable. Makes it a lot easier to compare Lawrence to another city that also has a pension system. So this is a big change and a big number, and there are things, though, I have, I think, a text box in the report called "Keep in Mind" or something to that extent. It's important to understand that it's not a new liability, that we have had these pension obligations in previous years. What's new is that we haven't been required to report on them. People have asked me about rating agencies. The three largest rating agencies all sort of have understood the issue of pension obligations, and so they don't anticipate that just having this data will change how they rate. That said, if the pension obligations change significantly, that would be taken into account. Another thing to keep in mind is that this can have some impacts on us. Right now, CAPERS has said that one of their goals of improving the funding of their system will depend on two main things. One is getting the investment returns that they anticipate, and the other is increasing contributions from employers. So that increasing contributions from employers could mean that local governments and school districts will, over time, increase the contributions. So the report is full of graphs that look like this. They're different financial ratios. The green bars show the ratio for Lawrence for 10 years. The black line is a trend line to kind of help see trends. And the blue bar in most of the graphs is a benchmark that is almost always the median of this group of cities. Most of the graphs, a higher bar is better. Getting higher is generally better, not always. And being above the blue bar is a better thing. This is one of the graphs that really dramatically illustrates the effect of that pension change. So a ratio that was sort of going along at almost 45% suddenly goes to below zero.
Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Did you consider restating this based on the prior year pension liabilities that we know exist but had not quantified or shown in our financial statements?
So we haven't quantified them. So no, there's not really a good way to do that.
Did you consider checking with the rating agencies to see how they quantified them?
I did not.
Okay.
I mean, I think that what they do are allocation methods.
Well, I mean, I'm just
yeah.
saying that this graph really
Yeah.
does not represent the reality of our net, unrestricted
Well,
net position.
I would say the
Transparency.
change is not represented. Yeah,
Right.
that change is dramatic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is it
Mhm.
looks kind of misleading, as you're saying, and there would be
Yeah.
a way that we could restate it that would,
Right.
actually make sense.
So I think they have, and Brian could tell me this, I think they actually calculated the 2014 pension obligation. But going further back, we would have to be calculating it ourselves.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and going forward, it will sort of even out. The next graph I look at is what the ratio is called is general support. So this is basically the funding through general taxes, which are sales taxes, property taxes. This includes franchise fees, and then transfers in from the enterprise operations that are used to pay for general government services. There's not really a right or wrong in this. Our level has been kind of increasing a little bit over time, and we have a little bit above the median of these other cities. What that means is that compared to the median of these other cities, we fund our government services a little bit more through taxes and transfers as opposed to charges and government grants. And that level has been kind of increasing over time.
Michael, I want to ask you about that, I guess a revenue question. Tom Marcus and I have had discussion in the last couple meetings about this, and I know you open your report by saying that there are no recommendations associated with this report, but I guess I'm going to put you on the spot here and ask you to offer a recommendation. On page 11 of your, or sorry, I don't know why I said 11. Page, what page are we on here? 8 of your report. You say, the city has reduced the extent to which it relies on charges for service to fund governmental activities and increased the extent to which it relies on taxes and transfers. You go on to point out that the charge for services are below median level for similar communities. Would you make a recommendation that as a city we move more towards a charge for service model?
The recommendation I made in the past was that we should have that driven by policy decision, and that we've adopted a sort of user fee policy that would require us to go back and look at fees on a regular basis. That policy was adopted out of the audit, and I think we should keep doing that, keep up with those reviews. So the recommendation, I guess, would be to the first recommendation was to adopt a policy. The city adopted a policy, and the recommendation could be to follow through on that policy and maybe go back and take a look. Could we change it, do more? The way the policy is, I think it requires fees should be reviewed every 5 years. Maybe a shorter basis would be good.
Okay, thank you.
They haven't been reviewed every 5 years, is that correct?
My understanding is they haven't. Not sort of routinely.
So is that something we should push harder for?
I think it's a good idea. It doesn't necessarily change a fee, but looking at them on a regular basis, I think you all are comfortable with that.
I think, if you recall, I recommended that we...
I was going to say, we just went through that.
You and them on an annual basis.
Yeah, that's right.
So
I've heard this.
something, yeah, that's right.
Presumably that would be done as part of the budget process.
As part of the budget process.
Absolutely.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Well, because there's inflation in how you calculate the fee. The fee is supposed to have some relevance to the cost of the service. So.
Do we have any policy that states what percentage of, what percentage of our fees or charges should cover the services?
Yeah,
Do we have a policy?
I think in that regard, I think Michael's on point, and that's part of the policy. Parks and Rec typically tries to, I think, reach about 50%, but I think it depends on the service that you're providing and where your comfort level is in terms of what percentage will be fee-based. I think a lot of times elected officials, cities get themselves into building buildings, and they think because they built the building that that's the end of it. So you paid for the building, but to keep the building up, you have to have some stream of revenue established to keep the building up, which I think we'll be facing in years to come. Sports pavilion comes to mind.
I think that was the discussion we had just last week, wasn't it?
And that seems like a pretty easy policy decision that we could enact rather quickly. Would that be something, I don't mean a fee increase enact, but looking at...
I was wondering about that.
Well, yeah. Well, to be clear, what I'm saying is I think we could enact a policy where we look at the fee structure as part of the budget annually.
Oh, yeah. What you'll see in the budget documents coming forward is there'll actually be policies embedded in the document itself that describe what our budget policies are. And that's one of the things that you would plug in there, is you would plug in, a policy statement that says that you'll review fees on an annualized basis.
That would be something we'd have to formalize through.
And you can adopt it
commission vote.
when we come up with the budget next year. You can adopt those policies as a part of it.
Okay.
Michael.
So this is another case where that pension liability is showing up. So these are long-term liabilities that are largely bonded debt, but also the pension liabilities. And this graph, you'll see the big growth in the last couple years, and that's both adding bonded debt and in 2015 including the pension liability. We're above the median in this case, which is not necessarily good. We're increasing, which is not necessarily good. That said, we borrow money for really good reasons, and that shows up actually in the next graph, which is about capital assets. So we borrow money to build these capital assets that are important and productive for the community. What this graph shows is a little bit of an uptick in the last couple years as we've added new capital. And that is a good, sort of, if you want to say sort of good or bad ratios. Higher debt is bad, but more assets is good. So there's that kind of balance here.
Michael, could you go back to the last slide?
Sure.
Please? Can you speak to why that's taken such an uptick a little bit more?
Yeah, so it's really a couple of things. In 2014, we added, in both 2014 and 2015, we added some bonded debt, so borrowed money. And then in 2015, a chunk of that is the pension liability.
So is that like Rock Chalk Park for the bonds?
Would that include
it's a
would the
range
sewer
of
plant be
things.
in this?
No, that would not be
It
in the
would
side.
not.
No.
That'll be next year?
Yeah,
No, that's in the other part of the CAFR.
right.
The sewer debt is not in this. This is the government activity side. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's a similar trend, I'm guessing, I don't remember offhand, for the water and sewer.
Didn't we have a high level of temporary notes that was then converted to, was that not in this year?
That would have shown up in the 2014 temporary notices.
Yeah.
As governmental,
Yeah.
that were
It's
actually.
not a long-term liability.
They were not
in the
long,
CAFR.
so this is
Yeah.
just your long-term liability.
Right, what I'm saying is we moved from temporary
Yes.
notes to long-term liabilities,
Yes.
and that's part of that spike. right?
Yes.
Well, the temporary notes were to finance the Wakarusa plant.
Right,
And so it wouldn't show up on this because this is only the governmental
okay,
activities. Here, the
Okay.
debt here is the library
thank you.
and the Rock Chalk Park.
Yeah.
I think the thing that you want to pay attention to with this is what are the underlying reasons for any uptick that you see going forward. What happens in some occasions as your pressures on your current revenues start to increase, creative people inside the government start to figure out how to push more of this stuff towards debt rather than pay as you go out of current operations. That would be a signal that you want to see very early on and pay attention to. So one of the things you recall from the budget discussion was the equipment replacement and issuing some debt for equipment replacement. And I indicated that's not necessarily where you wish to go with, recurring equipment. Now, if it's a major piece of apparatus for like the fire department for $500,000, that's a little different story, but you got to watch if we start getting into buying pickup trucks and squad cars with debt. That's an issue.
So it'd be nice in these reports, Michael, if we could, if there could be an explanation as to what these changes, why we see such a big uptick.
Yeah, more detail on that. The main assets that we added for this were, in 2014 and 2015, were the library, the recreation center, and then infrastructure at Rock Chalk Park and infrastructure at Adventure Park. So that's part of that uptick there. I think I just have one graph here on what the accountants call, the auditors call the business activities, which is really the enterprise funds. Almost all of the enterprise fund is really water, sewer, and solid waste. The golf and parking are really a minor portion of this. This graph shows kind of growth in resources, I guess is how I would put it. And you'll see in 2015 that the level is pretty high compared to that whole period. It's not at the top, but it's one of the higher years. It's below the median. Part of that is because we do a fair amount of transfers from the enterprise operation into the government fund, and that reduces this number. The other thing that is kind of interesting in all this is that one of the things that really drives those bars is how much water we sell in a year. So if you remember back to 2012, that was an awful hot summer with no rain. I remember it well because we planted new landscaping, and my hobby all summer was basically watering my yard. But what happened is we sold a whole lot of water, and that has a sort of benefit in terms of resources for the system. And this is, I guess, what I would say, what I've noticed about this is that it's fairly steady. We don't see big swings. We saw big swings early on in this period, but since then it's been fairly steady. I think that's a good...
So is 2006 the big jump there? Is that because of the water?
I don't remember what it was. I looked at it a long time ago. I think we may have been basically saving some resources for cash funding some large... Is this ringing a bell, Diane? Anybody who's here longer?
That's okay.
So, yeah, I don't really remember. I also, at the end of the report, throw in a couple of what I've called general indicators in this. These are things that aren't really in the financials, but they're kind of providing context for the community. The first one is employment. This is employment in Douglas County. That's where we have the regular data. One thing that's really good on this, and it's a little hard to tell in this graph, but in 2015, that's the highest it's been in the whole period, probably the highest it's ever been in the history of the county. So that's a good thing, and that's a nice kind of uptick. The thing that's a little troubling is that if you go back to 2001 when we had a recession, it's really not been much growth since 2001. But that little uptick is a nice thing to see. I also look at retail sales, and I adjust for inflation to try to get a picture of how much of the growth is actually more activity versus just prices going up. And this graph shows, again, it's a little hard to see, but 2015 was the highest year in terms of inflation-adjusted taxable retail sales. So that's a good thing. You'll see that we had a bit of a dip there, which is, I think, related to the recession. So in 2009, we had a decline. But it's been growing kind of gradually since then.
Does that include liquor?
I don't think so. Brian is shaking his head no. But that's I think, certainly the trend from the end of the recession, it looks good, I think. I believe that's it. Happy to answer any questions or try to answer them.
Okay, questions of Mike? This graph that shows the employment, I know you talk about the recent uptick that we've had, but essentially your audit shows that we've had no increase, really increase in jobs in this community since 2001?
This is the county, and the level of non-farm employment has been really steady since about 2001. Yeah, it was growing at a really fast rate, like really fast. If this graph goes on, added another 5 or 6 years, you'd see that really big increase. But it's stabilized quite a bit overall. Yeah.
Okay.
And I should say that these are jobs that are located in the county, so it includes Lawrence and the county. But there are, my wife has a job commutes out of the county, so her job doesn't count in this. But she's a resident who has a job, and there's data on the number of residents who have jobs is higher than this because people can't commute out of the county.
Pretty good indication that of who all is leaving our community for work, right? If we're talking about employment outside of Douglas County amongst Douglas County residents.
Well, I'm just a little bit concerned as I see this bar pretty flat, and the lack of increase in job creation, and I think we've all talked about the importance of job creation over time, so.
And to be a glass half full, if you look at this in a lot of communities, you see a really big dip in the 2008 recession.
Okay.
And we weathered that pretty well. So that's the glass half full version.
Okay. Okay, other questions?
So is there anything that you think we should take out of this report that we should be concerned about?
Well, I think a look at the fees and the charges and sort of what our relationship is to funding government services is a good thing to look at. I think moving forward, keeping an eye on those long-term liabilities is, I don't think they're exceptionally high, but I think they warrant keeping an eye on. And I think that pension change is going to provide us with some information that helps us thinking about the future that we didn't really have going back just a year ago. So.
Could you go back at some point and just on that one chart that Stuart talked about, Commissioner Bowley talked about, recasting that so that it would be more comparing apples to apples, so to speak?
Oops, I'm going the wrong way here. So that first graph,
Yeah.
you mean trying to take the pension, take the liability out?
Well, either way, because you look at that and it looks pretty bad.
Mhm.
However, that data is it's not apples to apples all the way across, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's apples to apples in that it's following the Government Accounting Standards Board rules, and the rules changed. There's been a couple of changes over the period. This is the biggest one, is this 2015.
But
I don't know, am I right that they provided the pension liability for 2014 as well? I want to say they did.
There might be the 2014 portion live, but I don't have it. I'm not sure who they may have provided it to. It would be very problematic to restate, if you will, our financials in order to accomplish.
No, I don't think it should be restated. I just want to see the graph.
But I think what you're saying, if we would, opposite of that, take the liability out for the pension to see what it would look like without the liability.
I mean, that's one way
Yeah.
to do it.
Because it's very difficult to actually estimate what that
Well, I
pension
mean,
liability
I guess
would
my
be.
point was Moody's has been doing this.
Moody's has been
Okay.
doing this.
And so you ask them, Moody's, what you been using, and then you get the numbers. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not going to be something that you can say this may conform to the government accounting standards, but at least we'd have some information about what our financial position is in a realistic sense.
Yeah, I've requested from Moody's and they're not going to provide that.
Well, okay.
I mean, you could
Then-
add the 50,
Yeah.
I guess for government, it's 47 million. You could just add that in.
Yeah,
just show it.
but I mean,
Push
it's
this.
probably shifted over the years. I guess the other thing would be to just take it out for purposes of looking at what changes we can control, rather than ones that we really don't, which is the restatement of the pension liability. So,
Well, I think, going forward, it will be apples to apples.
right, but we got 10 years of, 9 years of apples and 1 year of oranges.
That's right.
So
It
if you
just
were
looks
just-
different.
It just looks really odd, or I'd be really suspicious as to what's going on there. if there's no-
It is odd. I mean, that's,
Yeah.
that's when they change the rules, the rules change.
So at this point, what you're saying is you can't change that to make it look any different as to what it really is compared to the other years that exist,
I
right?
guess what I would say is, I could take the pension liability out for 2015. I can do that going forward, just take the pension liability out. That will give us that trend. Going back is
Yeah.
a lot harder. There's
not gonna show that.
there's,
Yeah.
Well,
I could do do another graph too to show the pension.
You just footnote it going forward.
Yeah, that's
So
what I was
there's a-
saying.
There's an embedded explanation in the report itself. The reality is, this liability existed for us all those years. This is merely the recognition by the GFOA that they now want it embedded in our audits. And the unfunded accrued liability was a calculation typically done through an actuary analysis. And it has all sorts of assumptions baked into it, like the expected rate of return, longevity, life expectancy, all of those things are baked into these numbers. But for purposes of showing a graph, that liability was there.
Yeah.
We had an obligation to pay that. It's now a reporting, and I think if you just put a footnote on the year that they started changing it and that amount, that'd probably be enough to inform the reader what actually happened.
Yeah, that's,
Okay, that's what we'll do.
Will do.
Everybody okay with that?
Terrific.
Thank you. Okay, other questions of Tom? Or Michael?
Or Tom, either
Or
one's
Tom.
fine.
Okay. Michael, thank you. Public
you.
comment on this item? Any public comment? None? Okay. So the item before us, do you guys have anything else you wish to add? I mean, I think pretty thorough report and shows some things that we may have questions about, and some of them, you know, that probably don't want to see some of them, but you know, that they're there and they're real and we have to deal with them, so that's it. Like I say, I think each one of us have concern about different parts of it, but it tells a real story. Tom, do you have anything else you wish to add? Okay. So the item for us is to receive the report. I would entertain a motion to receive the city auditor's report.
Move to receive.
Second?
second.
Okay, motion made and second to receive the report made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. All in favor of that motion, aye?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? That passes 5-0. Question, Tony, this may be for you. Can we go ahead and go to city manager's report so that these folks don't have to stay here, wait for us to get back? I don't want to have you all stay for an extra hour while we're just taking care of additional business. So why don't we go ahead and go to the city manager's report? Is the chief here tonight? You did say?
The chief will address the first two reports, the annual racial, other bias-based policing report, and then the campaign zero meeting goals. Chief Khatib is here, and he'll walk you through those reports.
Okay. Chief?
Before he starts, maybe as a matter of practice, we can put a note on the agendas so that the commission is reminded that if we have further business, we can take care of that before we go into executive closed
Yeah,
session.
I just don't want folks to have to stay all night.
Yeah, I agree
while
with
we're
that.
there.
That's a good procedure.
Okay. Chief, how are you?
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Commissioners, Terry Khatib, Chief of Police, thanks for having me today to talk about these reports. Real quickly, this is our annual report that we're required to submit to the state that summarizes any complaints of racial profiling that have come into the department. The first one there, you can just see the summary of it, is a car stop. The question was whether the stop was made for any bias. It was determined that the officer could not tell the ethnicity or race of the person before the stop was done, and it was for a valid traffic infraction. The second one also involves a traffic infraction and a stop. However, that person decided that they wanted instead to use the Attorney General's office process to look at complaints, and that's always been something that's available. So we've turned the information over to them and are cooperating with that investigation and are awaiting the results of that one. So that's one still out there at this point. The second memorandum, I'm not going to go through all of this. I just kind of want to summarize some of the things the department's been doing. One of the objectives when I became chief of police in 2011, I was honored to be selected as your chief of police, is look at where the department stood as far as its preparedness to serve the needs of the community. Now, I've been in front of this body many times, mostly talking about facilities, resources, equipment, personnel, generally stuff with a price tag as far as dollars associated with it, because lots of times those kind of things need to come to the attention of the budgeting body to try to get some of that money. We've been successful getting some of those things. Some of those things are still out there to be decided on later. But in the meantime, we haven't been sitting on our laurels, so to speak, as far as continuing to, with whatever we can do internally at the department, improve. I think that's an expectation. Over the last 6 years, I've met with literally hundreds of groups, ACLU, then NAACP, church groups. I've had many a lunch discussion with people, Rotaries, during the campaign for the police department. I had plenty of those meetings as well. Every interaction, I presented some information about the police department. Every interaction, I received some information and feedback from community members about what it is that they think that the police department should be doing or should not be doing. So a lot of the things that you're going to see today that I'll talk about a little bit are outgrowths of those ongoing discussions that we've had in the community to improve how we do business, our policies and our procedures, to make sure that we have officers that have, I'm a little bit of a computer geek, so I'll use computer geek language, but officers that have, i7 chips in their heads versus the old Pentium 2 as far as decision making and how to make sure that they're doing the right thing for the community. Over the last several years, we've seen movements like Black Lives Matter and other movements as well. Want to engage police departments across the nation. In some of the discussions I've had with community members recently, the SWAP group met with us several weeks ago, 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're going to have another meeting, but that got canceled. But during that meeting, I was made aware of some of the Campaign Zero initiatives. It's a Black Lives Matters national initiative. It has 10 main points, but I've outlined 16, which are subcategories of those. A lot of them are very reasonable. I've read a lot of scholarly articles on, it makes sense for police departments to look at this. I thought it'd be good to kind of touch base with this body, touch base with the public in general, to kind of take a snapshot of where we're at as it compares. So using the Campaign Zero points, where we're meeting some of those metrics and where maybe we're not meeting some of those metrics. So one of the first metrics is de-emphasize enforcement of minor offenses. Something that's very important when you're looking at disproportionate poverty, disproportionate impact on people is things like broken windows, or are you enforcing crimes that disproportionately target people that aren't able to pay those fines? So if you look at the Ferguson report where some minor crimes, if you look at Eric Gardner in New York with the selling of the cigarettes and whatnot. So that's the point of that, meaning, what are you doing as far as making sure that you're not specifically targeting just low-level crimes that may impact people of color or people with low socioeconomic resources. So specifically, when you look at some of the crimes like disorderly conduct, trespassing, loitering, disturbing the peace, some of those crimes aren't crimes that we can enforce, like loitering and spitting. Disturbing the peace, trespassing, those are generally victim-driven, so sometimes somebody will have to complain about that. Those aren't officer-driven ones, so I can't be a complainant on trespassing. It's the business, so sometimes we're put in those positions. Public consumption of alcohol is generally in relation to students and the festivities that take place around bars. Second point, as far as revising the police department policies about racial profiling. As you can see there, we've had a racial profiling advisory board since 2006. State law doesn't require it, however, we've kept it. And over the years, we've increased the amount of items that this board could look at, just in the interest of transparency. So if you look at, our website or what information we would provide to the community in 2011, it was very static, not a whole lot there. If you look at what's on there nowadays, you've got the OPA, which is the Office of Professional Accountability Summary. You've got the TASER use summary. You've got use of force, which was introduced this year. You've got the Benchmark City Survey, which compares us to 30 different communities like us across the United States. You've got citizen citation, or the citation accountability report, and you also have our annual report. And several of these reports run through what's now called the Advisory Board on for Fair and Impartial Policing, because they want to do more with that. So we're making strides in that arena as well. Number 3, mental health. That's something we've been working on since 2012. We've identified the need for CIT. When I started, we didn't have a whole lot of training, and that was 25 years ago. Didn't have a whole lot of training on how to deal with people with experiencing mental health crisis. Today, it's a really well-developed county-wide initiative, not just the Lawrence Police Department. So it's the Sheriff's Department, Baldwin, Eudora, the university, Burton Ash, DCFS, and some other organizations as well. We just had another training this morning, so we're increasing those numbers, and hopefully we'll have everybody trained sometime in 2018 for CIT. In addition, we are trying to establish, and still in the budget, thanks to the commissioners and the city manager, the mental health squad, which is specifically is a special team to respond and also do follow-up. So, for example, lots of times you'll have people handed off from one officer to another officer as far as crisis intervention. We de-escalate the problem, get person to the initial appropriate response, like a hospital or a crisis center. But then what happens 3 days later when the person's still out? So this is a special team that's going to be a passionate people with passion for this. They're going to go out and check in with people and make sure and intervene and try to get there before a crisis happens to make sure that people are taken care of and getting the right resources. So I think we're moving in that direction. We don't have a department quota for tickets and arrests. Ordinances as far as failure to appear, fines, courts, revenue. If you read the after action Justice Department, not the shooting, but the one about the practices and patterns of the municipality of Ferguson, Missouri, this is something they spent a lot of time on as far as finding a pattern of behavior where the impoverished and minority segment of the population was disproportionately aggrieved by the fine. So somebody that doesn't have the wherewithal to pay a fine, gets a fine, can't pay it because they have to go to court, or have to go to work, or have to drive while they're suspended because they need to go to work, they don't have time off, they don't have the same kind of jobs that you and I may have with benefits. So it ends the cycle, and they don't implement strategies to try to intervene in that. Good news is here in Lawrence, we're well below that 10% threshold. The municipal judge is very aware of these things and exercises discretion all the time as far as allowing work or waiving the fees and considerations for that. And additionally, the Vice Mayor Soden, myself, and municipal judge are on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, which was formed about 8 months ago to further examine this issue. So there's more work to be done here. I think we're looking at things like mental health court and finding ways to divert people and not get people incarcerated for relatively minor crimes. We're examining some pretty robust data on what kind of crimes are landing people in the jail, how long they're there, and how to avoid that. There's a lot of discussion about use of force. So anytime a police officer uses force against somebody, that is a big thing. It's affecting people's civil rights and people's ability to go about their business without being harassed by the police. So our policy essentially states that we use the minimum amount of force necessary to affect what we're doing in a law enforcement response. So with that, not only do we have use of force training, but we have all this de-escalation training, CIT training, crucial conversations. We do have 3 different types of less than lethal force, which are the baton, OC, and taser. So the officers often have a lot of options. And I think if you've seen, I want to talk a little bit about culturally. We've had Valor Awards, where that's the community celebration of what officers are doing out there to assist people. And several times it seems like there's always a story about a person that had a knife or had a gun, and the officers were called there. And guess what? We didn't shoot the person. We used less lethal. We used our minds. We were able to communicate. We had good tactics. We didn't put ourselves in a position where we had to shoot somebody. Sometimes you can have officer-induced shooting where poor tactics lead to that. And I think that's some of those things in Campaign Zero talk about that. A great example is SWAT teams. 15 years ago, the SWAT team, you show up and you bust down the door and you go in there. We don't do that anymore. A lot of it is using our minds. Again, go back to my earlier comment about the i7 chip instead of the Pentium 2. So sometimes if we're looking for somebody, if we have a warrant to execute, we wait for them to leave and catch them on the street somewhere and then go do the search warrant. We do plentiful surveillance to make sure that, okay, there's kids in there. We're not gonna do that. Or we wait for, maybe they have an appointment someplace. We'll go do that. Or if we go in and it's not the risk anymore, we move out. So we are very much aware of those issues, and that kind of speaks to the militarization of police as well, using military tactics versus civilian tactics in your brain. We do have the CIT we talked about a little bit. We do have a policy that states that if you see wrongdoing, you're supposed to tell us about it. We have a good use of force committee review policy that we just started this year. Again, that was in response to meeting with the community members in the past, and we started that January of 2015, so we've been doing it for a little while. And it's working so far. It doesn't mean that we're not going to increase that and work on that. It does function as an early warning system, which is another objective of Campaign Zero, is to try to identify those officers that are maybe having issues with use of force for multiple reasons, not just to punish them or fire them, but if there's some kind of mental health issue with the officer or a family situation, and we can retrain them and make sure. But at the same time, it protects the public, because if there's a pattern and somebody needs to be disciplined or terminated, we can do that. And we've got clear policies on pursuits. We're not authorized to shoot into vehicles. We don't throw ourselves in front of vehicles. Sometimes you see officers in some jurisdictions, they'll get in front of the vehicle, and again, it goes back to poor tactics, where I said you create the use of force. So if you don't have a reason to get in front of the vehicle, but then you step in front of the vehicle and it accelerates to you, you may feel like you need to use deadly force rather than just if you hadn't stepped in front of the vehicle in the first place. So we train that as well. We talked about the use of force committee earlier. We don't teach chokeholds, hog ties, or nickel rides. In fact, we've invested in something called the RAP immobilization system. We did this a couple years ago. We would sometimes arrest somebody who was continuing to, spasm or want to fight and whatnot, and really this system is similar to a medical cot that kind of bends at the waist, and you can strap them to it, and a couple of officers can carry them, and then you can seat belt it into the car, and that generally calms people. It's almost soothing to be restrained in that regard, so people stop spazzing, and then it reduces the injury because they're not flailing around or hitting their head on something within the transport vehicle. We've had lots of training in regards to community interaction, CIT, crucial conversations. You can see a long list there, 75 hours since 2014. In addition to the academy, we get about 80 hours worth of training that deals with that. One of the things I'm proud of that we're going to bring, and in addition to this, is we've sent two officers, two sergeants actually, to train a trainer on Blue Courage. It's a nationally recognized program that kind of tries to get officers to reconnect with why it is they came into the job in the first place. So sometimes you hear about the warrior mentality, or teaching officers to be a warrior, which is the wrong type of message to send. And people or officers may come into the profession over time, they get cynical 5, 6, 7 years down the road. So trying to reinvigorate that community service, serving the public. So that's something that's going to be coming in the next year or so, and it's a 2-day course. We have hired and encouraged people with language skills and paid extra for that as well. We also have a language line that allows us to communicate with over 200 different jurisdictions. We also firmly believe in our role in the community. So here is just a quick list. This is not all of them, but there's 50 different organizations and boards that we serve on as members of the Lawrence Police Department. So we're very well integrated with a lot of community organizations. I mentioned Valor that we've partnered with. We have a well-established NRO, SRO program, which does regular visits with neighborhood associations and schools. We don't use municipal funds or federal funds to purchase any military weaponry from the federal government. Due to funding constraints, we've had to get grants for some equipment. So things like ballistic vests, helmets, gas masks, forensic computer equipment. The crime scene vehicle we have is grant from Homeland Security, accident investigation vehicle, also one for enforcement of DUIs as well. We are qualified to carry a semi-automatic law enforcement patrol rifle that is similar to what the military carries. However, the officers do purchase them on their own. And I would say to you, in today's day and age with the threats to the public and law enforcement, that's unfortunately, a necessary tool. We are doing better with recruitment and retention, and you can see there where we've doubled the amount of African Americans that have worked for us, and more than doubled the amount of women that have worked for us. We've also successfully recruited from Haskell Nations Indian University. We've got some challenges with people of Hispanic ethnicity. We're trying to work on that as well, but I think we're moving in the right direction. We're not going to make the change overnight, but we're actively doing some of those things to try to increase that. We have done some surveys in the past, mostly satisfaction surveys. However, I have met with a community member that has a lot of good ideas about doing a cultural analysis or cultural study as far as what different cultural groups within the community expect out of their police department, or what their satisfaction is, or their feeling of approachability and what we could do to be more approachable. So that would be more to come. Ordinance about technology. We have in-car video. Body cams I've talked to this group about before. It's a little bit of a funding issue, but it's also not just the body cams, but you have to be willing to provide a person with it. I think just getting the body cams on their own. My vision for this, quite honestly, is rather than having an office of professional accountability, it's an office of professional standards. So if you've ever bought a car or bought something, you get a phone call an hour or a day later or a week later that asks how your experience was, or how's the car running for you, or whatnot. I think simply just having body cams and filling 60,000 hours of high definition video a year on a server, having a person or a body or somebody that would go through and review those things on a regular basis. We do review video footage and GPS coordinates from car chases or emergency response to make sure that officers are driving appropriately, and then we take corrective action if we need it. We're currently talking about number 14, which is a civilian oversight structure. I think there's some ideas for that. Probably this one in the campaign zero is probably the most, you're going to find police departments most resistant to this, and quite honestly, a full-blown review board is going to be very, very difficult to do. So I share with you that I do have resistance to that, completely out of the control of the police department. Not because we have anything to hide, but there's so many moving parts. So if we can figure that out, or if we can find a way to get there, that's great. But moving parts as far as state laws, federal laws, employee rights, laws regarding due process of employees, all those things. And if you look at some of the research where they have full-blown review, the actual, like New York or Chicago, the actual number of sustained complaints, meaning where they actually found out what happened is lower now than it was then. Now, they've got the statistics, thousands of cases or complaints a year where we don't, to be able to prove that out. And that's because generally civilians may not get the same cooperation from officers. Then you have a bunch of attorneys hired on both sides, and it becomes a long process. We do have some unofficial relationships with other jurisdictions on a need basis to investigate a crime involving a police officer or a shooting involving a police officer. So we do that on a case-to-case basis. But the interesting thing is that some of those agencies that we've talked to have their own plates full of stuff, and you're not always going to get a response from them. So that's kind of a mixed bag. And none of the other agencies that we've talked to are willing to do a official MOU. It's mostly, if you have an issue and we have the resources, we'll let you know. However, the Johnson County Sheriff's Office has agreed to help us with shootings because they have a shooting team that investigates those. But that sheriff is not running for re-election, so I would anticipate beginning of 2017, I would have to renegotiate that with whoever the next sheriff is. We do have a police officers association. It's not a union, it's a bargaining group. There is a city resolution 6817 that allows for that to occur with all employee groups, not just the police. So any changes to these types of things would have to be from this committee or this commission to try to look at. And mostly it's for wages, benefits, and conditions of employment too. So this is just a quick rundown. It's certainly there's a lot more work to do, but I thought it was important, and I appreciate Tom giving me the opportunity to share with you, to kind of show where we're at. I mean, we're not so behind the curve. There's a lot of departments that are. I think we try very hard. We've been trying hard for the last 5 or 6 years that I've been here, that I can speak to as your chief, to try to get better, to try to be more inclusive, and we're going to continue to do that. Discussion's not over. This is not something that we just address and then move on. That's not my point tonight. My point is just to give you this information, kind of see where we stand, and keep moving forward, and hopefully keep coming back with additional suggestions for improvement.
Questions of the chief? Thank you, by the way. Questions? The only one that I would have, going back to item number 14, the department is currently working with the Citizens Advisory Board for Fair and Impartial Policing on the attempt of the board to talk about oversight or however it is. Are those discussions going well? Are you handling those?
No, I think you had some discussions. I think Tom had some discussion. Ultimately, that board, is the way I understand it, gets direction from you, Mayor, and the commission. So, we've had some informal discussions about what if we want to do this, what would it look like? But ultimately, I think that could be an item that comes to this board at some point after some research. There's models out there. I think Iowa's model. Tom had asked me to look at that as well. So there's models out there that would work. And I think we just need to have a future discussion about that.
Okay. Is that something that we may want to have at one of our work sessions?
Yeah, that's the intent, is to bring it back for a work session discussion and go from there.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Okay.
Chief, as I understand it, Lawrence Police Department has the longest academy in the state. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's the longest, but it's getting longer. When I started, it was 12 weeks. That was in 1992, and now it is 26 weeks.
Okay. And that added 14 weeks since the 90s. How much of that additional time has been focused on things that are found within the Campaign Zero report in terms of community policing, in terms of de-escalation training, in terms of things of that nature?
A lot of it, they're going to get their 40 hours of CIT there. They're going to get their crucial conversations. They're going to get, at some point, the Blue Courage, community policing, ethics, role of law enforcement, working with community members, always exceeding expectations as far as when they deliver service. I can't tell you exactly what percentage it's going to be, but we spend a lot of time on it.
Other questions?
Line comments.
Yeah.
you know, as you were saying, we're on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and I'm really looking forward to what's going to come out of that, you know, because that's a little more of the big picture and how the police department fits into our criminal justice system here in the county as a whole. And a lot of the things that aren't in here, but we're starting to really look at, you know, especially keeping people out of jail. That's a really big one, because once you enter that system, then it's really hard to break out of. You know, you could go to jail for a week, you might lose your kids, you might lose your job,
Right.
Who knows what could happen. So to me, there's lots of these little things that are going on behind the scenes. When we spoke with Edith the other day, that was the big thing, is she, you know, that was her response, is wow, there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we don't even know about what's happening. So I think we need to just get that message out there more than we are doing now. I think that's one of our big failures, is we are working on things. There's definitely room for improvement for anything, you know, criminal justice, especially there's room for improvement, especially now that we're just seeing so many crazy things come out, even just on Facebook, you know, scrolling through and seeing the videos of, it's just horrible, you know. So absolutely, that's something that we want to make sure never happens here. And even just now, from when I first got elected, you know, a year and a half ago, just hearing you speak, I mean, you already come across as way more, I don't want to say open-minded, because I think you were open-minded before, but I think just more willing to really start including some of these things in what you're doing. So I'm very happy to see that, and I thought this was a really great review of the things that you're looking at already, and we can just see what other suggestions people have and what else we can incorporate, because the whole point of it is that, you know, community policing starts with the community. You know, we don't want to create warriors. That's not what we want here in Lawrence, you know. So I'm very pleased to see this report. Always room for improvement. Looking forward to working more on the council.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I guess I'd just like to say thank you for your efforts and the department's efforts in engaging with the community. These are crucial conversations. I mean, I was at the swearing-in ceremony for the new officers, and I was very pleased to hear you state unequivocally that the legitimacy of the police officer comes from the community, and the police officers come from the community. I think we need to remember that, and thank you so much for your efforts.
Thank you.
I think one of the areas that I'm going to speak to just briefly, because in my non-commissioned life, it's the area I see it the most. I happen to have a classroom directly across the hall from our two school resource officers at Lawrence High School, Officer Bradford and Officer Miller. And I think one of the things that people that don't spend their entire day in a high school, that they don't get to see, that I do get to see being 40 feet away from them all day, is that their interaction with the kids. You know, a lot of people, when the SRO program got started, there was the talk of, you know, this will make our schools safer, and we need those. From what I see, student safety is not the reason that we have them there. I get to, and particularly Officer Bradford, have interactions with students every day, and these are kids who otherwise may only, you know, for most people the reality is your encounters with police officers come at the worst moments of your life, right? And so there's always going to be a negative perception of the only time I encounter police officers are when I get speeding tickets, or the only time I encounter them is when they're at my house, you know, doing this, that, or the other. And the way that Officer Bradford and Officer Miller are able to engage with kids on a daily basis, that has nothing to do with punitive or has nothing to do with searching a kid's bag or anything of that nature. What I hope is happening, and it's going to take a long time to see if this actually plays out and if it's productive, but what I hope is happening is that they're having interactions with kids in a positive way that leads to that, like Leslie, like you said, that these police officers are coming from our community, that they're a part of our community, and I hope that has a positive impact. In my little bubble, what I see at Lawrence High every day, I'm really glad that they're there, and I'm glad that the kids have that opportunity to engage with them in that way. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Chief, or comments? Chief, thank you very much for the work that you've done and presenting the background.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry
go
about
ahead.
that. I just wanted to again, thanks for the report. I think it was really detailed and provided some good information. And I would kind of like to echo what Leslie has said in that I think this is a really good continuation of us constantly getting better, striving to get better at communicating with the community and trying to find better ways to police. And so I like I said, I appreciate that in this, and I just would like to see us continue to get better at what we do. And I know that's your goal too. So thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Chief, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Tom, additional comment on the items here?
No, I don't have any additional comment. I thought we had talked about maybe letting the public weigh in.
Steve, you had wanted to be able to speak tonight. Yeah, come on down.
So this is going to be opened up to other folks, if they have other...
Sure.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to speak for everybody here, because I wouldn't dream of that.
No.
And Black Lives Matter, and I can't say that enough. Black lives do matter. And so I'm so heartened to hear that we have a police chief who can, at the very least, bring up the rhetoric that we need to do something about our police department. That what we have going on in society with absolute power corrupting absolutely in Baltimore and in Chicago, that the city of Lawrence is not some bubble. We're all human, okay? And so Lawrence is not special in any way other than what we do, right? So that the actions that we take to protect ourselves against such abuses of power are the only things that set us apart from Baltimore or Baton Rouge or any number of places where these horrible things have happened. So the bottom line is that when you have a police force that investigates itself and has an advisory board that gets filtered information as though CABFIB is, that's the Citizens Advisory Board. So the only information that they're receiving in these reports is filtered through the police departments. And so as much as I would love to believe that our lovely little haven of Lawrence, Kansas is different, why would we honestly be that naive to believe that it's different than any other city, because we're all human. And so even if there are one or two bad eggs, that if you have a system that protects those bad eggs, that you're basically saying that that's okay. And so we have an opportunity here to protect our citizens. That's what we're talking about. So you're going to hear some other people who are going to be very angry and upset, justifiably so, because they have not been heard. And so I would urge the City Commission to listen and to hear what they're saying about this particular report. In my opinion, what we need to have is a Citizens Advisory Board. It needs to go away and be replaced by some sort of oversight committee that has the ability to not interfere with their day-to-day lives. We're not talking about somebody who runs the police department, because we've already got a chief of police. What we're looking at is somebody who receives these complaints from the citizens of Lawrence, from the civilians who go to school here. Anybody who wants to complain can come to this board and hear what's going on, and has some ability to investigate. And you've got a lot of concerned citizens who would volunteer to be a part of this process. So it's not something that you need to crack open the checkbook and pay a bunch of people to do. You have already, everybody on CABFIB is saying, please give us more responsibility. Please let us do something. We want some more to do. And so this is your opportunity to do that. And it won't crack the bank. We're not asking for you to spend any more money than perhaps on those body cameras, because let's be honest, it's not calling up every person who's arrested and asking how their police service was by the police. Are you honestly expecting an honest answer from somebody who has had an interaction? In a society where they know your address, they're going to see you again. So are you worried about some sort of, some retribution from an officer? Of course you're not going to tell them how you really feel about what happened. Of course you're not going to. So if Lawrence is great, and I really honestly hope that it is, and from the rhetoric that I've heard, I hope that it's great. And I hope that is, but I'm not naive. So it is entirely possible that there's some bad things going on. So why not have that oversight board? Why not? If we're doing great, it's not going to break the bank. If we're doing great, it won't affect us at all. At all. If we're not, we'll see it, and then the community will have an opportunity to react and get things taken care of. What we don't know is what we don't know. That would be an opportunity for transparency. That is number one what we need from our police officers, is transparency. We don't have it right now because everything is filtered through the police into this board that is, quite honestly, in your gesture, run by the police. And so what I'm urging for is citizen involvement, civilian involvement into this process. And Black Lives Matter. And so I understand, as a white male, I've had amazing interactions with the police officers in this town. But I hear other folks that have not, and I believe them. I believe them. So I hope that you'll listen, and I hope that you'll honestly listen and take some of these to heart. So Black Lives Matter. God damn it. Thank you.
Okay, we have other, okay.
My name is Zoe Johansson, and I'm sitting up here to say Black Lives Matter too, and that I'm not sure, in all of the Campaign Zero discussion with the chief, there was some sort of acknowledgement that restraints are soothing, and I would claim that probably no one in this room has ever been restrained by an officer in the ways that we've seen in these videos circulating that depict tremendous amounts of violence and cause a large amount of trauma to the people who are suffering them. And I just wanted to point out that no one was like shocked by that sort of soothing restraint rhetoric, and that's really problematic. It's not soothing. If it's like oh, they're taking a break away from whatever action is happening, the fact that afterward, that would, I mean, if you live through those interactions, maybe, you are going to have tremendous amounts of trauma. Why would you ever trust a cop again if you're put into, I mean, I understand that Lawrence is very adamant about not, Lawrence Police Department is adamant about not doing the sort of hog tying and various things like that. But I mean, when there are situations we see all the time of these these videos contain lots of that. And in those moments, you know, you cannot possibly say and sit by and agree that that's like a soothing thing for that person. It's not. It's traumatic and it's very serious. And I think the acknowledgement of that is like really, really important at the very basis of any discussion of Campaign Zero or anything like that. So.
Thank you. Other comment?
Mayor and Commission, Andrew Nussbaum. Several questions, but a statement, Black Lives Matter. First question, are each of you willing to say here and also in the newspaper that you believe Black Lives Matter, full stop, without anything else, without justifying or paraphrasing or pacifying or adding on words afterwards? Also, a question about, I'm also an educator and I worked in bubbles. I don't think they're bubbles, I think they are school systems nested in our society. Our society lives in the schools. So my question is, if SROs are not there for the safety, especially for brown and black folks at their schools, then why do we have SROs in the schools? If we can divest from police being in schools, I think that possibly would help work against the school to prison pipeline. I didn't hear anything about the school to prison pipeline in the discussion. I didn't hear anything beyond wanting to change the perception of what's happening instead of actually acknowledging the problems that are happening here in Lawrence, around the state, and across the country. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Other comment? Anyone else? Oh, KT?
KT Walsh, 732 Rhode Island, speaking only for myself. Black Lives Matter. I come from a long line of saints and criminals. My sister Patty is a retired police officer. So this has been talked about in our family for a long time, not just in the past few years. I'm a member of the NAACP in town, And we, at our last meeting, we have a couple of questions that we would like Vice Mayor Soden and Commissioner Larson, if you're going to the retreat for the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Okay, there's a couple of questions that the NAACP has. In terms of the school-to-prison pipeline that was just mentioned, one of our, Barbara Sobel, I'm sorry, in the NAACP has gone through 14 years of expulsion records in our school district, and this tangentially relates to the police department. They were very helpful at the school district, but oddly, they do not keep any statistics on the racial breakdown of which kids are expelled, which kids are, what do you call it, when you sent home for a few days, you would know. Thank you. It's concerning because of the widespread inequities in our country and kids of color being disciplined and expelled at much higher levels than white kids. And so we just need to know, perhaps we don't have a problem in Lawrence, but we need to know those stats. The other question the NAACP has, Gary Schmidt of the NAACP reported that he has gone through pages of very detailed data from the police department, which, to their credit, they have so much more on their website now. There's so much more information on the police website, which is great, but we're still not getting the racial data, even if you dig very deeply, and perhaps we just don't know how to dig in the right way. But the racial breakdown of people stopped, arrested, etc. And of course, this is the only way citizens can know about our current situation in terms of fairness in our police force. So we look forward to getting answers to those. I'm wondering, I know there's an issue with hiring vets in different police departments and screening for PTSD, which can cause stronger, more violent reactions under stress in the police department. I'm very, very happy about the CIT training. We've been pushing for that for years. We pushed for it with our former police chief. I think the best example for the crisis, working with people who are mentally ill. I think about when we went into the war in Iraq, and the first day we had soldiers on the ground screaming in English at Iraqi citizens and expecting a good response. And if you are psychotic or delusional, or your meds are off and someone shouts at you, you're not going to get a good result. So I'm very, very encouraged that our officers and everybody, all the staff, is getting CIT training. We have a big rise in female inmates in our jail, and at the NAACP meeting we discussed why. What are the issues in our community, and is that being analyzed? We just keep hearing we have a lot more females. We have to expand the jail, but why do we have a lot more females? I believe it was last year that we had a situation where there was some criminal activity and the people spoke Spanish, and we didn't have any officers that spoke Spanish, and they had to wait and get an interpreter. So I know Johnson County Community College for 20 years has taught Spanish for law enforcement, and they will come to you and teach it. I talked to a school bus driver in Lawrence, and he has 19 languages on his school bus. So we need to really, talking about our cultural data for our city, we need to be able to talk to our citizens. I am definitely for a full citizens review board with subpoena power, as in Wichita and as in many cities in our nation. I think that when I see a police officer, my gut feeling is fear, because I know they think they're here to help me, but I know, depending on what they decide, they could turn my life in a whole nother direction in a moment. So I have to fight that. They're here to help us, but I know they could screw with my life fast. And finally, body cams. I think it would be really helpful to see a budget. What would the actual cost be for the equipment, the personnel and benefits, and the equipment upkeep? Because we've been talking about the police budget a lot, and we need to know how much that would cost, because I feel strongly that we need them in Lawrence, Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, did you want to go?
Good evening, I'm Catherine Pryor, and I've been here for more than 35 years in Lawrence. Wonderful town. Black Lives Matter. And I will be honest about something. I didn't really understand that until probably, a month, 2 months ago, when I got involved in Sisters with a Purpose group. Tasha Neal and some of her incredible friends and colleagues have started this group. And I finally started waking up. I finally started realizing, I've always known what white privilege was, kind of, and I thought I probably had it, but I did not really understand it. I would like to ask each of you, encourage you to check on that yourselves. It's really hard to figure out. It's taken me a while to figure it out. But Black Lives Matter, and until we understand that, and until we understand our own privilege, we are not likely going to be doing anything about it. I completely agree with the comments that Steve made, particularly incredibly powerful. Why not do the oversight committee that is separate and apart from the police department? It's probably going to be uncomfortable for the chief, and I can understand that and respect it completely. But I think even if it's going too far the other way for a while, we need to do that, because we need to find a way for our community members, all of us, to trust the police. And some of our friends and colleagues do not. So I think we need to do whatever we can to move this forward. Thank you for your time, and I just want to reiterate that Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thanks. Other comment?
Hey, my name is Wendy Lindsay Smith, and I live in Lawrence. You don't get to know my address. Okay, so you saw me step out because I had to go get my kiddo, who is the world to me, but let me say this. In December 2012, I had the joy of being on vacation in Florida when the Sandy Hooks shooting was. Now, my kiddo was, let me do the math, smaller. And I'm a lifetime resident of Lawrence. I was on vacation. There was she went to school. There's no reason for me to be fearful of my kiddo, right? She's safe. But I wanted to see her so badly. I didn't feel like she was safe until I got to hold her. And what I'm trying to get to you right now is the fact is that I didn't think, well, that won't happen in Lawrence. It doesn't even matter. And if you can relate to that, if you can relate to the fact that you weren't able to comfort yourself by saying, well, that won't happen to me. If you walk into your kiddo's school and look at door is locked, or is there a code? Can the general public walk in here? You've been affected by that forever. So what's going on with Black Lives Matter? They do not have that it won't happen in Lawrence. That doesn't exist. There's not a moment, there's not a second where they say, well, that won't happen to me. And I don't give a hoop how it's all been set up, but we've gone through the hoops. We've talked to the chief, and we were told to go to the CAB FIP, is which I call it because it's too long to say Citizens Advisory Board for something, something, something. And we were given 4 or 5 people to speak for 2 minutes. We were unable to ask any questions. So I want to know, at what point do we get to ask questions, and what point do you get to hear? Because the other thing I want to stress really, really a lot is, I don't know if any of you have worked in customer service. Let me breathe for a second. Because if you have, then you understand that the only way to de-escalate a customer is to listen. And what I keep seeing across this country that's happening over and over is that they are asking you to listen. It costs you nothing to listen. But what keeps happening is these sessions come together and they don't get to talk, but everybody else gets to tell them how safe they are. So I'm just asking you to listen. Can you once, if you really want to set yourself apart, Lawrence, Kansas, if you really want to set yourself apart, I'll tell you how. You form a meeting and you don't get to talk until they say it's your turn to talk. And in one evening, it's possible that you really could make a change. Because I've been in this community, I've educated myself, but I didn't campaign to be a city commissioner. I'm not the one that needs to be researching and up all night, taking paper and taking notes and going through Ann Arbor, Michigan's work, trying to figure out what my community can do to make my friends and family feel safe. You're supposed to be doing that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other comment? Anyone else?
My name is Caleb Stevens. I am a black therapist, a black social worker. I am a black Lawrence resident, and I've lived here all my life. I would like for you all to say Black Lives Matter. I need that from you. As the people that don't represent me based on the way that I look and the different intersectionalities that I carry, I need you all to tell me that I am worth your discomfort. That's what I need from you. And I've needed that every day of my life. And the reality is that we don't get that. And hell, if I was queer or trans, I definitely wouldn't get that. But here I am, a black cishet man, here. You all know me. Don't be silly if you said you didn't. Y'all have heard from me, heard about me. So let's just be real honest, because I'm not here to talk about half-truths. I'm not here to dig halfway into things. I'm not here to not go into depth and to act like you didn't know that people refer to me as Black Lives Matter in Lawrence, but then people can't contact me, but they want to write something about me, about us, about things that are supposed to keep us safe. I'm not here to tell half-truths. I am not safe. The people that look like me are not safe. And the fact that we can't say it, the fact that I have to come up here again, recognizing all of this power and privilege, and tell you that I deserve to be safe in a place where y'all are paid by the community you represent. But I want to know, if y'all don't look like me, why aren't you doing a better job of representing me? That's what I need to know. And at the end of the day, no answer other than you're right, I hear your pain and it's valid, is reasonable. But the reality of white supremacy is that it doesn't ever tell us that we're right, we're valid, and that we deserve to be safe. And that mixed with privilege equals murder. And we know that's real because of the empirical evidence. Now again, I'll tell you, like I tell people every single day, I don't care who you are, but if you don't care about me, tell me so that I know, so that you don't kill me while I'm walking away. Tell me that my life matters so that the people I go to throughout the day, I can convey that our city, that our local government and our police force are doing things to help us. And this is what they're doing. But I'll tell you that there is no piece of paper that doesn't involve black folk, black and brown, queer and trans folk, that is going to keep me safe because of the lack of depth that was in that mug, and you know it. I am here and I've been here. We are here and we've been here. And it's not okay. It's not okay when y'all don't show up to things that involve black people. It's not okay when you don't listen to us when we say we need you. It's not okay to show up and be compassionate bigots. It's not okay because we deserve more. If I was a white, straight man, y'all would listen to me way more and way sooner. And we know that. But I'm not, and I'm scary, and I got braids, and I got muscles. So y'all are more likely to call the police on me than to listen to me. I'm dying. Do you hear me say I'm dying? I get death threats. I'm dying. We're dying. But we can't say Black Lives Matter? The city commission should be the first people to say that since we value diversity and justice, this is why we're releasing statements that say Black Lives Matter, and we'll do it every day. Because every hashtag that I see kills me more, and it gets closer to Lawrence. But let's not get it twisted. It's always been here. We got to talk about Tiger Dowdell, right? Let's talk about some real history. This is not a game to me, and this is not an educational session. Y'all are the city commission, you are the police chief, and I shouldn't be the one teaching y'all. I shouldn't be the one teaching y'all about marginalization or oppression throughout all the intersections. Just because it wasn't taught in the school that we grew up in doesn't mean that we should never learn about it. I'm going to tell y'all every time that I see you that I am willing to do anything to keep people safe. Y'all, anything. for any of y'all or anybody I care about. But the fact that I have to come up here and say, please don't kill me. Please stop perpetuating systems of white supremacy and racism and things that snuff us out and make us leave this community. It's unacceptable, it's hurtful, and it's very, very real. And so until y'all can make statements, say that racism, systemic racism and white supremacy lives here, and it's in the police department, and it's in the city commission, it's everywhere because y'all can't run from racism. That's the way the society is built, on the backs of people. If we can't say things like indigenous populations matter, standing with Standing Rock, we haven't heard anything about that. The pipeline, y'all, this is why intersectionality matters, and this is why representation has to happen. I'm done with it. No more half-truths. Talk about real things. Don't show us graphs that don't have any data. Don't show me that stuff. That don't save me. Radical prioritization says we should talk about people first. Data don't save my life. Because y'all don't even want to check the data on racial profiling. We need to be more invested, and we need it now. And we are not going anywhere. Black Lives Matter.
Thanks, Mr. Stevens. Other comment? Anyone else? Okay. Back to the commission.
Oh, nice. Black lives do matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black lives do matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
But I also,
I want to say a couple things really quickly. First of all, I want to recognize a couple people. In particular, I want to recognize Andrew Nussbaum. Andrew, I work at Lawrence High, and you had worked at Free State, but Andrew had started a program called the Social Awareness Club. Is that correct? I don't want to misspeak. And I was never part of that club working at Lawrence High, not at Free State, but I know a lot of the same people that Andrew knows. I know a lot of the students that Andrew teaches. And I just want to take a minute to recognize you, sir, because I've heard nothing but good things about what you did with that program. And those are the sort of things that, Caleb and Wendy and Andrew, all of you ask us to make some statements of words. But I would say that that's artificial, and because those are words, right? What we have to see are actions, and the things that you have done with Social Awareness Club, those are actions. Another person I want to recognize, Andy Bricker from Lawrence High. I work with Andy every day. I actually had the opportunity to work with Andy in Highland Park High School in Topeka before I worked with Andy at Lawrence High School. And when he and I worked at Highland Park High School, we worked at a school that had 86% free and reduced lunch population. I mean, these were people that knew what real life was, right? And you choose to work at a place like that. And what Andy has brought to Lawrence High School, he's part of a team we have called the E-Team. It focuses on equity. Today we had our first all-staff meeting, and I'm going to kind of plagiarize some of his words here, but our principal, Matt Brungart, stood up and he talked about, if you look at history, schools have been asked to be the beacon of change. I think he talked about when the Industrial Revolution needed workers, what do? We turned to the schools. When we got to put men on the moon, what do? We turn to schools. And so Andy Bricker does work on the E-Team, which is working on truly introducing this concept of equity as an everyday engager, courageous conversations, things of that nature. And I understand that it's slightly off topic, but I want to take 60 seconds to point out some of the work that people like Mr. Nussbaum and Mr. Bricker have done for our school system. And this is just at Lawrence High because that's the only data I have access to, but I'm sure the story at Free State is the same. When we looked at our graduation rates at Lawrence High School in 2009, we had a 71% graduation rate in 2009. When we looked at it last year, we had a 91% graduation rate. So how did we get there? Well, we get there with courageous conversations and moving the needle on equity, taking action, not just words. And let me point out some of those things to you, because Caleb talked about indigenous populations. as being part of this conversation too. In 2009, we had a 50% graduation rate for American Indians at Lawrence High School. In 2015, we had a 100% graduation rate, 100%. Okay? In 2009, we had a 70.4% graduation rate for English language learner students, ELL students. In 2015, we had a 100% graduation rate for English language learner students. And the part that's most near and dear to my heart, having spent 6 years working with Andy at Highland Park in Topeka, where we had that 86% free and reduced rate. At Lawrence High School in 2009, among free and reduced lunch students, we had a 51.8% graduation rate. 1 out of every 2 of our poor students did not graduate high school. And 6 years later, in 2015, we have an 84% graduation rate. We are not, Steve, you're absolutely right, we are not different because we are Lawrence, but I will tell you that good people like Mr. Bricker and Mr. Nussbaum, we are making action to be different. And so you asked me to say Black Lives Matter, and I'll say that if you want me to say it, but those are words. What I want you to see are actions that we do. And that's why I understand that you felt some of the chief's, some of his rhetoric may be just rhetoric, but I want you to know that in Lawrence, Kansas, we are not different just because we're Lawrence. We have to do things to be different. And we do have the longest academy in the state of Kansas. And why do we do that? Why would we do something that would chase off police recruits wanting to come here? I could go work in a different police department and have a 12-week academy. Instead, I got to go to Lawrence and have a 26-week. We do it because we don't want just anybody who applies. We want people who are willing to not just say Black Lives Matter, but go through crisis intervention training, go through de-escalation training, go through systems that we understand to actually be actions towards difference, not words of difference. And I'm not going to tell you that living in Lawrence that we may someday not be on the news. I won't tell you that because that's not a promise I can make. It's not a promise the chief can make. It's not a promise anybody can make. But what I can tell you is you live in a city that values you. You live in a city that values your life. You live in a city that takes action to see that your life is valued. That takes action to see that we're not going to be on the CBS News doing something that none of us can defend up here. I can't speak from your life perspective for a lot of you. There's no way I can. And so I can't even pretend to have words to fit what you go through. But what I can tell you is that we represent Lawrence and we understand what that means. That doesn't just mean we represent people of privilege. That means we represent Lawrence. And I want you to know that we take action and are going to continue to take action to make sure that we actually impact change with action and not just with words. So.
Chief, can you say the words Black Lives Matter? Absolutely. Black Lives do matter.
If you come to the microphone, please give your name also.
My name's Andy Bricker. I do teach at Lawrence High School, and it's a great school. But in our school, systemic racism exists. In my classroom, systemic racism exists. And saying that is not an indictment, or to say it exists in the City Commission or the Lawrence Police Department, that systemic racism absolutely exists. It's not an indictment, it's an acknowledgement. So work can be done. And I ran into that today at school, a disagreement about that. I believe that acknowledging that systemic racism exists, giving it a name when it's already there and we know it's there, is important. I also wanted to say that I think from the perspective I've gained this summer, when a police chief or a teacher or a city commissioner who's white says Black Lives Matter, that is in and of itself a bit of an action. It's not just a saying, and maybe you felt it when you said it, but it's an action statement when it comes from someone like the chief of police. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay.
One of the things that when I hear people say, that Lawrence is not different, Lawrence is just like anything else. Well, I do agree with that sentiment because when I hear that, I think of how Lawrence has basically been coasting on this reputation since the Bleeding Kansas days. You know, Jim Crow existed here in Lawrence, and that legacy does still exist. I think that's kind of the important part of acknowledging the Tiger died, I cannot say his name, Tiger Didal. Sorry, Caleb, such an idiot. I think that's important to acknowledge that happened here in Lawrence, that the movements that happened in the late 60s here in Lawrence came out of people of color from Lawrence High, in fact. And so Lawrence is not different. You know, we are different in our aspirations, perhaps, our acknowledgement that Black Lives Matter, that people of color exist. We need to take those people and bring them in and just talk to me. I know that sounds silly when I say that. But, you know, when I was first on the commission, I got hold of Ursula, the NAACP, and I'm like, hey, we really need to get more people of color on our advisory boards, because that is where white privilege exists on our government, is in the advisory boards. We need to get more people of color. And I couldn't get anyone to come up and volunteer to be on one. I mean, I'm really relieved Caleb is on one. I want to put more people on advisory boards, but it's tedious, long work dealing with policy, and you know, it's like pulling teeth just trying to get some things done. I've tried for almost 2 years now to get a bus shelter in front of Free State High School. 2 years just to have that happen. So yes, advisory boards are long and tedious. I like to think that I have more privilege than I actually feel like sitting up here when it takes me 2 years to get a bus shelter at Free State High School. So I need more people to volunteer to be on advisory boards. I need that. I mean, Caleb needs me to say that Black Lives Matter, which I absolutely do agree with. I think I've actually said it here in this room before. But what I need is people to volunteer to step up and represent. That's what I need. I feel like I'm going to cry. I've been very frustrated about that for 2 years. So please do.
You know, I feel very fortunate to be the one that recommended that Caleb serve on our Human Relations Commission, and I think he's somebody that do a great job in that position. The opportunity to be able to find people to serve, one of the things that I realized, there are a lot of people that don't have the opportunity to come down and sit in on the boards,
Right.
because they can't take off work and they can't be a part of the government.
It's a class issue.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it may be, it's just they can't do it.
Right.
And it's a little bit unfair. You know, in 1983, I took an oath of office to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of my community. I take that as serious today as I did, you know, 33 years ago. And I feel fortunate to be a part of a community that is willing to sit down and talk about these matters and be able to do the things that are going to be important. That is the biggest thing about Lawrence, Kansas. You know, I think about the hours that has been spent by a number of people that have served on this board and the number of people that have come to this podium over the last 30-plus years that I've been involved. But the thing that's happened is this discussion, these talks that we have, that's what makes Lawrence, Kansas, you know, trying to make it better. Recognize the things that are going on, recognizing the things that we hear from the citizens that come before us, and try to make a difference in their lives. That's what it's about. And that's what we're being asked to do a better job of. So we'll be looking at those things very soon. Okay? Anything else?
Yeah, I want just to emphasize again on the advisory boards, because I believe that our policy that drives our community comes from the advisory boards. And so it's a bottom-up approach, and I believe strongly in that. And I, again, would encourage, just as Leslie did, more involvement from people of color in our boards, as well as even on the city commission, to run for city commission positions. And I would also like to, on something that Caleb brought up, was that the value of diversity. Well, I value diversity very high. I am part of that diverse group. And so, yes, Black lives do matter. And he also indicated that he is willing to do anything to keep all safe. And so I would encourage Caleb and anybody else to come to the table with us. Be there when we have discussions. And make your point of view known. Tonight was great, and I would like to see more of that happen. But I also believe the items that Lindsay brought up, Catherine brought up, Steve, Andrew, KT, everybody who brought up different things that could potentially make us better, I think it warrants much further discussion, and I would like to see that happen. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Anything else? Stuart?
Black Lives.
Can I say something to the podium?
We've got somebody speaking.
The history of our country and our city is fraught. We have legacies that we live with. And for all of us to try to come to terms with the society that we live in, we have to try to do that in our own ways. For me, I think introspection can be very beneficial. It's not a cure, but trying to understand my place in my society, in my city, is an ongoing struggle. Tiger Dowdell was brought up. That's part of Lawrence's history. The debate over the swimming pool is part of Lawrence's history. The debate over the Fair Housing Ordinance in 1967 is part of our history. And I think that it's really important for us to reach out to people who have lived that history and who are still here, so that we can understand not just the problems that we have, but also the progress that we've made. The whole idea here to me is that we try to become a better community for all of our citizens, realizing that our Black Lives Matter is a recognition of our history and the fact that that is one group that has been considered by American law as property. I mean, frankly, that's what we're still living with. And for me, again, I tried to read Eric Foner about Reconstruction. I've tried to read about the slave power. These things are what I have to deal with in trying to be a responsible commissioner for the entire community. And as a commissioner, I have special responsibilities also to the police department. I really want people to work together, come together, understand each other as best we can, and listen to each other so that we can be a better community.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we have time. One more comment. Say, did you have something?
My name's Bob Engel. I live at 2404 Allister. I'm new in Lawrence. Been here about 14 months. I'm an old white guy. You know, I'm 71 years old, and I look back on my life. I grew up in a small town in South Missouri, but we didn't know that Black lives didn't matter because we went to high school and junior high and played in orchestra and football and so on and so forth with black kids. And when I got to Kansas City and went to work, I was called into a meeting one day, and my boss said the home office did a phone interview recently, and they were so impressed with one of the guys that they told him he was hired without interviewing him. When he showed up to get his paperwork, he was a black man. They don't know what to do with him. Is our office willing to work with him? And there were a couple guys in the office that kind of pushed back, and I said, there's a lot of work to do here. I don't care if this guy's pink and green. I'd like to have him come on board if he'll work. Turned out to be one of the smartest guys I ever worked with in my life. I got to management level in that company in 4 years. He got there in 3. That company, by the way, is very successful today and is one of the most integrated companies in Kansas City. We moved to Lawrence a year and a half ago because of our future. Our daughter came to us about 3 or 4 years ago and said, "Dad, you're not getting any younger. I can take better care of you if you're close." And I haven't figured out how to say no to a daughter that says that to you. So when people in the town we lived in almost 50 years over at Excelsior Springs said, "Why are you moving to Lawrence?" I said, "Our future." So I have children here and I have grandchildren here. And I've enjoyed the fact that my 10-year-old grandson comes home from grade school and speaks in Chinese sometimes because one of his best buddies is from China, and his best buddy since kindergarten is from Uganda. I was getting my hair cut the other day, and the mayor paid me what I thought was a real compliment. He said, "You need to take a look online and see if there are any committees that you might be interested in filling on." And I immediately said, "I'm a newbie here." I guess when the mayor pays you a compliment, you need to be careful, because here I am. And Leslie, if I'll volunteer for a committee. I'll show up to a meeting. I've had a little city government experience. I was on capital improvements where we were, and was actually able to be the voice of that, and we got that passed 10 years ago, and it's the biggest tax in town, and so I've gotten to watch a little bit of it. I've caught myself here in Lawrence recently walking up to the African-American trainers at the gym and saying, "I hate to say this to you, brother, but be careful out there. There's a lot of crap going on right now." And I've seen tears come to their eyes because I said that to them, and I didn't say it to get a reaction. I said it because I'm afraid for them. So if I can help with this, I believe in public safety. I think you've got a tremendous police force here. I've observed it for well over a year, and I observed it a lot where I came from, and I've made friends with some police officers. One lives on my street. I think I've talked with the chief a time or two out here in the lobby. I think you've got that. I hear an impassioned cry from people that history and modern evidence tells us is valid. So I'd like to be the first one that steps up and says, where can I help? Let me know. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you all very much. We'll be in contact, like I said, real quick, okay? Tom, additional city manager's report.
I submitted my first 100-day report. It blew by, I think partly because I stepped into the budget and CIP and everything else that happened, but I went back and looked at the report and then did an analysis of what had been, what I had undertaken to meet that first 100-day goal report that I submitted. I also asked the question if there's something in that profile that you saw that I hadn't addressed, that I would like you to take a look at that and inform me if there's any concerns about how my transition is progressing here. So that's all there. In the interest of time, I'm not going to walk through every part of that report, but needless to say, there's a lot in there. So.
There is.
Okay, future agendas. We have a pretty significant agenda coming up on September 6th. We have the Facility Conservation Improvement Program update. Now you know what FCIP stands for. That's a energy analysis of all of our reports and measures that we can take to make our operations more efficient. We also are going to have the request for proposals for our parking system strategic planning services request on at that time.
Is that for the whole city?
That's for the downtown and the close-in neighborhoods where the issues of parking are much more pronounced than outlying areas. You know, the real thought here is that when you start to look at parking, if you just go into one area and you start controlling it there, the next thing that happens is those parking problems start to occur in neighboring neighborhoods. That can be up in the university area, that can be down in the downtown area. So kind of our approach is to take a holistic look first at this whole downtown area and all of those close-in neighborhoods right up to the university.
What about on the other side of the university?
And the other side of the university is included, and kind of take a look at what solutions are out there to assist in that process. I think there's a lot of advancement in terms of electronics that don't have to make this the most expensive venture that we undertake, but that gives you some real controls to make sure that those that should have access to the parking are the ones that actually can get to it. So that discussion will be on. We've updated our purchasing policy. That policy will be back in front of you. Hopefully that streamlines our process. I don't think we've looked at that seriously for a number of years, so this will give us a chance to update that. And we're going to have the Castle Drive project back on and Wakarusa Drive project as well. So get a good rest because that'll be a busy meeting on the 6th.
Okay.
Next, moving to future work session items. On September 13th, the strategic planning introduction will take place. Basically, that is going to be kind of a discussion of what strategic planning is and what it isn't, and some suggestions for how we proceed going forward, whether we bring in a facilitator for that. I want to make sure that this is an open process, that the public can observe how we're going about that. Obviously, to accomplish that in terms of filming, this is probably the best venue for that sort of thing, but we're going to take a look at that and see if there's other alternatives so that we can accommodate the public, both that want to come in and physically observe, as well as having a film record of what we undertake in terms of going through that process. I'm an advocate for using a facilitator so that when you get into the interaction between staff and the commission, I'm not caught up in the facilitation role of all that. And that's typically the way I've seen it done elsewhere, wherever strategic plan has been used. So we're going to jump right out of budget right into strategic plan. This doesn't have to be a half-year event. Personally, I'd like to see it accomplished. Wishful thinking by the end of the year, maybe more realistic thinking at least by the start of the budget. Because strategic plan will inform what your priorities are for your budgeting. We'll use it in evaluating our employees. You now see, under our new reporting format at commission meetings, we're going to link the expenditures and proposals that we have back to your strategic goals that you adopt. And so I think there was a lot of experiences that you all gained through this last budget process. And my hope is that that makes you realize how important your full engagement is in the strategic planning process. And just to give you a little bit of timing, after the first plan is adopted, we're going to revisit it next November, okay? And the reason I want to start that routine is because I want to follow this immediately following each election, so that the newly formed commission that follows each election will have a chance to weigh in on that strategic plan in advance of the next budget that they will be working on. And that was the same process I used previously. The advantage is that you put incumbent commissioners with newly elected. There's a transfer of the knowledge, there's a transfer of what the strategic plan meant to the outgoing commission, as well as the incoming commission. And I think it then also gives that new commission the buy-in that you need to keep this going. One of the things I sense here in Lawrence is, with a potential majority change at every election, that you're not as long-term types of approach as you might be where that system is not in place. And I know there's other jurisdictions here in the state of Kansas that have that same system, and yet they're doing strategic planning as well. So that's kind of the system I'd like to suggest, and I'll give you more justification for that when we meet. The other thing that's on the agenda for October 11 for work session is the ORIAD design guidelines. And then in November, we'll revisit the CIP. And even though we just went through that, we're going to inform you about a number of the projects that were embedded in the approved CIP, how we intend to roll those out and finance that and get you ready for future bond issues in terms of the capital improvements program. So there's a lot coming forward on your agendas, but I think very consistent with what you asked me to do as your manager when you brought me in here in terms of not just budgeting, but in terms of strategic planning. So I'd be glad to answer any questions at this point, but that's my report.
Questions? So enjoy the next couple of weeks?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, so we need to go back to item number 4. Then that item is to consider a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 45 minutes for the purpose of consultation with attorneys for the city deemed privilege in the attorney-client relationship. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client matters confidential at this time.
I might suggest that you amend that to 30 minutes, and perhaps we can complete it in 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then, if not, we can come back and request an extension.
Okay, so we'll do for approximately 30 minutes instead of the 45. The justification for the executive session is to keep attorney-client matters confidential at this time. City Commission will resume its regular meeting in the City Commission room upon completion of the executive session. So I would entertain a motion to recess into executive session for approximately 30 minutes.
So moved. Second.
Motion made and second to recess, made by Matthew. Commissioner Bowley, second. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Back in 30 minutes.
15 minutes. So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to extend the executive session 15 minutes. Made by Vice Mayor Soden, second by
smells mildewy in here.
It's not good.
Okay, we have nothing to report from the executive session, so the next item would be commission items. Remember, guys, don't come the next couple of weeks. Enjoy your time off. Staff, enjoy your time off.
You know, today I went to the hazardous waste reuse, recycle, whatever that place is called.
Yeah.
That's on North Iowa, and I got a box of stuff for free. It was great. They have so much. Yeah, they have so much stuff there. Just go and get some things. I want other people to go get things for
Okay.
free. That's just the bonus part of it, but they got to get rid of their stuff.
Okay.
And then the 27th is our retreat that Lisa is willing to go to as well. I thought it'd be good to have 2 commissioners there.
Sounds good. Other commission items?
I had a couple of questions for Tom, follow up on the Castle item there. In layman's terms, what is the significance of the 85th percentile speed? I mean, that's something that I'm kind of trying to struggle with there.
What's that? We're going to have that question answered for you, but I'd say in my experience, it's the speed at which most people feel comfortable driving that roadway.
Okay.
That's why they usually refer to it as the 85th percentile. But we're going to have the very technical answer to all that for our meeting, so.
Okay. Another thing is, can you compare the cost or efficiency of speed limit enforcement by our police officers compared to, influencing compliance with speed limits by street design?
Well, it's hard to get police to dedicate that kind of manpower to any particular project. I mean, they're a call for service kind of operation, so to think that you can normally schedule that with any consistency is a tough thing to do. So if you can design your road to control the kind of traffic considerations that you want to see achieved there, you're probably better off than kind of depending on always having the funding or the capacity to enforce those rules. It's a better way to approach things.
And if we choose to go with the road diet option, what other projects would you recommend with the balance of the funds available from not going with the alternative?
There's a whole list on
I have all those questions, and we are right now compiling the responses, and we were going to put them out for everybody here in the next week.
Great. Okay.
I didn't know you were.
I just want to make sure we got them in.
We got them.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other commission items? Okay. Calendar, again, we don't have a meeting the next couple of weeks. Tom, we got anything additional?
No.
Nothing?
You know, I said this last year. I don't remember if I said in private or in public, but how Black Hills Energy schedules a lunch where all the city officials go and the press is there. But that still really makes me uncomfortable that we're having this weird presentation like we had at the Oriad Hotel. I don't know why we can't just have it here where other people can see it. There's this weird element of privacy and almost secrecy, even though the press is there. I just find it really uncomfortable.
Well, and I think you have to notice it anyway if you're going to have more than a quorum. Oh.
I mean, it's like it was in this tiny room with the table was just one long table and all the chairs were taken. So even if someone wanted to come, I'm not sure where they would have even stood. I just think they should have it here. This is where we receive presentations. I'm just not comfortable with this.
Is this something that's required to have happen by our franchise agreement with them? Is it just something that they do?
No, Mayor, not that I'm aware of it. It's just been a tradition. I mean, at least a number of years since I've been here, they have asked that. I'm not sure how long that it had been going on, but it's completely up to the commission what you would like to do.
It's been going on 12 years, and they're to give us an update, I guess, or they feel it's to give us an update on what they anticipate rate's going to be and, all the things that they're involved with, but,
Right, I mean, why do we need to be sequestered in this out of City Hall? I mean, the whole thing is just weird.
Well,
I just gotta say that.
it's
I'm
their-
not even sure I want to go, it makes me uncomfortable.
Well, it's their invitation, I suppose, you wouldn't have to go.
I don't know, they should just do it here like everyone else does.
I'm sure they'd accommodate.
Yeah, whatever
If that
you
were
wanna
the
do.
will of the commission.
That's fine. Anybody else feel that way?
I think it'd be great. if
I don't
we
have to
could.
eat. I mean, they
Yeah,
can, they can just come down and have coffee, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Well, if you'd like, we can talk to them and see if we can find an alternative arrangement where they come here.
That's fine.
That would
I
be
think
great.
we do.
I would really appreciate that. I have weirdly strong feelings about it. I just
Okay.
don't like it. Thank you for listening.
You have the same feelings about other events that we go to?
No, just, that one just struck me as really odd. And we had the press there, so it's like, what is the deal? Why do we need to all go to this area? And then it was just this boring presentation, frankly. I appreciate their work that they do. Obviously sorry.
I mean, I have to say, I'm glad to find out what their anticipated rates are gonna be.
That's important to know. I think other people would
Absolutely.
like to hear the presentation, even if I find it
Well, they
boring.
pretty much gave that presentation at the commission meeting at
They
some
did,
point,
correct.
and then
They
we
did.
went and saw basically, or heard basically the same thing, pretty much.
Anyway.
Quick
Tom,
addition to the calendar, September 3rd, I think you have or will shortly be receiving an invitation from the Chancellor. It's her
the football game.
football deal.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's it's
Rhode Island.
Saturday.
6 o'clock.
Saturday, 4:30 is the
4:30.
meal, and then the game is at 6. And so, location-wise, the 4:30 will be at the Chancellor's house, and 6 o'clock will be at the stadium. And I would assume more than 2 of us will be at some part of that.
It's my 45th class reunion.
Good for you.
The question is, I know which one, yeah. Anyway.
You
okay.
show up wearing your mayor sash?
Yeah, there you go. Anyway. Yeah, that's what we need.
Give them the razzle dazzle.
No, yeah, whatever. Okay, any other calendar items? I'll give you that one. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second to adjourn, made by Commissioner Herbert, second by Commissioner Larson. Finally got the
Hey,
names
there you
right
go.
tonight.
I got an identity
All
now.
in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.
Hey, T, wait up.
We all need to sign something also.
You always run out of here, so I can't talk to you.